Good evening and welcome to Colburn Park as the 1-7 Newark Pilots are set to take on the 7-2 Jamestown Jammers. We apologize for the 30-minute delay. A rainstorm just passed through western New York, but it's now headed east. The skies are clear and we should be able to get a full game in without interruption. The Pilots come into tonight's matchup losers of 7 in a row. They will turn to right-handed pitcher Peng Phi Wang from New Taipei City, Taiwan, and Van Young University. Wang pitched Wednesday night in Jamestown in relief of starter Will Frank, going 4 1/3, striking out 5 Jammers hitters. The Pilots are 0-2 against the Jammers this season, losing 9-5 Wednesday night and being shut out 8-0 on Thursday. Wang is making his first start of the summer. In 2 relief appearances, he's gone 5 2/3, allowing 3 hits, an earned run, while striking out 6. The defense behind Wang goes as follows. From left to right in the outfield, John Ballier, DeMarcus Guillory, and Mark McKenna in right. From left to right in the infield, Tanner Huddleston at third, Tyler Odekirk at short, Graham Hackbarth playing second, Peter Battaglia is at first, and behind the plate catching Wang is Po Chuan Pan. Po also from Taiwan. The lineup for the Jammers goes as follows. Chris Connolly, designated hitter. Ben Brookover playing first. Chris Estrada playing third. Skylar Valentine batting fourth, playing center. Alex O'Donnell playing short, batting fifth. Connor Rule behind the plate, batting sixth. Ryan Markey playing second, batting seventh. Christian Deaton batting eighth, playing left. John Conti playing right, batting ninth. Wang is on the mound, ready to fire his first pitch in. I'm Frank LaSalle, and you are listening to the Newark Pilots Radio Network. Wang will start this game from the stretch. It's about 68 degrees here in New York, Western New York. First pitch, 7:32, and here it is from Wang, taken by Chris Connolly outside for strike one. Connolly, the designated hitter, a redshirt junior from Canisius. He's 12 for 26 in 9 games, batting .462 and getting on base 64% of the time. Here's the 0-1 from Wang. Change, swung on and missed by Chris Connolly, and quickly 0-2 from Wang. Connolly had an at-bat last week against Wang. He went 1 for 1 with an RBI, a run scored, and Wang hit him by a pitch in one of his plate appearances. Here is the 0-2 from Wang. Fastball taken, just missed, and it'll be 1-2. Chris Connolly in the left-handed batter's box. It's a 1-2 count. Nobody out here in the the top of the first inning. Wang, the right-handed pitcher from New Taipei City. Here is the 1-2. Bounced to Hackbarth. He corrals it, tosses it over to Battaglia at first, and one batter, one out for Wang here in the top of the first inning. So that'll bring up number 30, Ben Brookover. Brookover, a junior from the University of Texas, San Antonio. 10 for 43 in 9 games. He's batting .233 for the Jammers. Brookover, the right-handed hitter, has driven in 2 runs and scored 7 on the young summer for Jamestown. Jammers come in 7-2, tied for first place in the Western Division of the Perfect Game League. Newark sits in 6th place at 1-7, 5.5 games out of first. The first pitch to Wang, in for strike one. We saw Brookover both games last week. He was 2 for 10 against us with 2 runs scored. Here is the 0-1 in for strike 2. So back-to-back hitters, 0-2 counts for Peng Phi Wang. Wang working from the stretch to the right-handed hitter, Ben Brookover. Here is the 0-2. Post sets up outside. Here it is. Breaking ball swung on in the gap between Huddleston and Odekirk. It'll be a base hit. Ballier tosses it back into the infield, but it's a 1-out base hit for Ben Brookover. That'll bring up the number 3 hitter, Chris Estrada. Estrada, a junior from the University of Texas, San Antonio. We saw him last week as well. He played a great defensive third base for the Jammers and went 2 for 9, drove in 4 runners in 2 wins for Jamestown over Newark. So Ben Brookover takes his lead off of first base. He's being held down by Battaglia. Wang quickly throws over. Brookover back in safely. Chris Estrada, 14 for 36 in 8 games. It's .389 batting average. Good enough for 10th in the Perfect Game League. Here is the first pitch from Wang. Outside, 1-0. Brookover on first, 1 out on a ground ball from the leadoff hitter, Chris Connolly. Hackbarth made the play. Here is the 1-0 from Wong. Brookover leads off first, being held on by Battaglia. Righty-on-righty matchup with Estrada on the plate. 1-0 fastball taken high. It's ball 2. So the first 2-ball count of the game, 3 batters in. Jamestown already with a hit in this game. Ben Brookover is leading off of first. He's being held on by Niagara University first baseman Peter Battaglia. Wang looks over, now fires over to Battaglia. A soft throw over. Just wants to make sure Ben Brookover knows he's paying attention to him. Here's back. Brookover, 2 steals in 3 attempts for Jamestown this year. We'll see if he decides to go. Runner not going. Here's the pitch. Outside corner in for strike 1. That pitch was taken by Chris Estrada, and it's a 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner on first. Brookover takes his lead, and Estrada awaits the 2-1. Here's a pitch from Wang, taken for strike 2. So after starting behind 2-0, Wang has worked his way back 2-2 to Chris Estrada, the third baseman tonight for Jamestown. Ben Brookover takes his lead off of first, being held down by Battaglia. Post sets up outside. Here is the 2-2 from Wang. Wang fires, fastball popped up by Estrada. Hackbarth goes back, McKenna runs in. McKenna calls Hackbarth off, makes the play, and there's 2 away. McKenna, the Canisius College product, makes the play, and there's 2 away. Ben Brookover remains at first. A problem for the Pilots during this 7-game losing streak has been early runs. In the first 3 innings, they've allowed 27 runs. In the first inning, they've allowed 11 runs in 8 games. That's 1.5 runs about per game. The first pitch to the number 4 hitter, Skylar Valentine, taken on the outside corner. It's strike 1. Skylar Valentine, from a junior from the University of Texas, San Antonio. So the last 3 batters for the Jammers have been from UTSA. Here is the 0-1 from Wang. Fastball fired back, popped up. It's 0-2. Skylar Valentine, 10 for 33 in 8 games, batting .303, on base for 39% of the time. Valentine is 5th with 8 runs in the perfect game league. Brookover leads off first. There's 2 away, 0-2 count. Waste pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2. Brookover reached on a 1-out single in between the third baseman and the shortstop. There's 2 outs on a ground out and a pop-up, both to the right side. Brookover takes his lead off first, being held down by Battaglia. Wang throws over. Brookover back in safely. Skylar Valentine will be patrolling center field for the Jammers tonight. We saw him in both games last week. Here is the 1-2 from Pang Fei Wong from the stretch. Runner goes, popped back. We'll do it again. Estrada wearing number 2. It's a righty-on-righty matchup here. Wang working from the stretch. Brookover goes back to first. He was running on the play. So it'll be a 1-2 count, 2 outs. We'll see what Wang decides to do here on 1-2. Post sets up, runner not going this time. Breaking ball taken, just missed. The Taiwanese duo wanted the call, but it'll be 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Brookover leading off of first base. It'll be a Skylar Valentine from the right-handed batter's box, and here's the 2-2 from the stretch. Runner goes, taken high, Poe throws down, Hackbarth there, tags Brookover, caught stealing to end the inning. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and because of the caught stealing, no runners left on base. After a half an inning, Pilots are Jammer 0, Newark Pilots coming to bat. All right, welcome back, Newark, New York, Colburn Park. Nate Grant finishing his warm-up tosses for the Jammers. He wears number 15, and he pitches from the left-handed side. He's a junior from St. Bonaventure, 195, 5'10", from Corning, New York. In 2 relief appearances, he's got an inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and a 10.80 ERA. So it'll be a lefty-on-lefty matchup to start. It'll be DeMarcus Guillory. He digs in. A few days off, squares to bunt, fouls it off his leg, and it's a strike 1. So the bunt ended up fouled off his foot, went down the third base line, and we'll do the 0-1 again. Guillory comes in 1 for 13 and 4 games. Lines the 1-0-1 down the line. It's going to be a base hit off the wall. Guillory rounds first, goes to second, throw in by Conti, but it'll be a lead-off double for DeMarcus Guillory, and the Pilots have their lead-off man on for the 3rd game in a row.
Number 25, Mark McKenna.
So that will bring up number 25, Mark McKenna, after the leadoff double by DeMarcus Guillory. A good start for the Pilots, although similar to what they've done the last 2 days, it's been a struggle to get those runners in. Just 7 runs through 2 games in this homestand. Guillory leads off, and the first pitch from Grant is taken high. It's ball 1. McKenna 0 for 11 on the summer, but has driven in a few runs for the Pilots. Yesterday, in an inter-squad practice for Kids Day, McKenna hit one over the right field wall. The first home run we've seen as Pilot fans in live action. It did not count on the season, but it was a good sign for Pilots hitters. The 1-0 popped back at a play. It's 1-1. Guillory takes his lead off of second. He has 4 stolen bases for Newark on the summer. That leads the team. McKenna, number 25. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup, second batter in a row. It'll be 3 lefties to start the inning against Grant. McKenna squares to bunt. Umpire says he went around. It's 1-2. The home plate umpire is Rick Elrod. We saw him in the field on Saturday. And John White is behind the plate. He was behind the plate on Sunday. Both in Pilots losses, one to Onondaga and the other to Elmira. Here is the 1-2. Guillory leads off of second. McKenna pokes it into left field. It'll drop. Guillory will take the extra base. It's a single, and the Pilots have 2 runners on base to start the game. So Mark McKenna's first hit of the summer, the Canisius product, and that will now bring up John Valier.
Valier from Bishop Viejo.
Valier 0 for 2 the other night, also pitched 3 innings in relief of starter Adam Kloss. Wang, tonight's starter, also pitched in that game. So it'll be John Valier with DeMarcus Guillory leading off of third and Mark McKenna on first. Let's see if head coach John Maya has a play on either a hit and run or a stolen base by McKenna. The other day with Odekirk on third, we saw McKenna steal, or we saw John Valier steal second. He was caught, but a run scored. The 1-0, Valier could not hang off the high pitch, and it's 1-1. John Valier leads the team with 9 hits on the summer. Here's the pitch. Bounced. McKenna thought about taking second, not far away from Jammers catcher Connor Rule. So McKenna will track back to first. It's a 2-1 count to John Valier. Lefty-on-lefty matchup against the pitcher Nate Grant. Grant from St. Bonaventure. McKenna is being held on by Brookover at first, and Guillory takes his lead off third. Here's the 2-1, taken high by John Valier. And Valier is 1 pitch away from loading the bases with no outs here in the bottom of the first. No runs for Jamestown on 1 hit. That hit was erased when Brookover was caught stealing to end the top half of the inning. Here's the 3-1. Popped back to the screen to John Valier. It'll be a full count. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. Guillory on third. McKenna on first. No outs. We'll see if McKenna decides to go on 3 balls, 2 strikes. He stole 2 bases for Canisius this season. He is not going. Here's the 3-2. Popped down the left field line out of play. And we'll do the 3-2 again. Valier 9 for 30 in 8 games. He's the only Pilot to appear in every game all the starts have been in left field. He's batting .300 with a .353 on base percentage. Here is the full count from Grant. High, it's ball 4. So the Pilots have the bases loaded with nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. So for a team that has struggled to score, coming in on the game only scoring 3.3 runs per game, they quickly have the bases loaded on a leadoff double by Guillory, a single by McKenna, and a walk by John Ballier. The pitching coach for the Jammers goes out to talk to Nate Grant. Grant has loaded the bases through the first 3 hitters tonight. The hitter now for Newark with the bases loaded will be Peter Battaglia. Battaglia from Niagara University, Division I school in Lewistown, New York, just outside of Buffalo. He's a New York product from Williamsville, 6'2", 205. Had the day off on Sunday after struggling through the first 7 games. He's only hitting .425, good enough for 160, but he's reached base 32% of the time. Battaglia has also been hit 3 times by opposing pitches. That's 7th in the perfect game league. He digs in with the bases loaded. It's Guillory on 3rd, McKenna on 2nd, Ballier on 1st. Nate Grant will work from the windup. Here's the first pitch to Battaglia. Into left field. It's a line drive. It's going to be a base hit. It gets past the left fielder, Deaton. McKenna scores. Guillory scores. Ballier is coming around. He will score. Battaglia is going to 3rd. It will be a bases clearing triple for Peter Battaglia, and the Pilots now lead 3-0. A poor route by the left fielder, Deaton, allowed Battaglia to clear the bases. Ballier, McKenna, Guillory all come around to score, and it will be a triple for Peter Battaglia. The Pilots lead now 3-0. New
Orleans, Louisiana, your designated hitter.
So it was a first pitch swinging for Battaglia. And now that'll bring up Jonathan Parker, tonight's designated hitter. First pitch from Grant, fouled back. It's 0-1. Jonathan Parker started in place of Battaglia at first on Sunday. He's caught 2 starts, played first once, and in the other 4 games, he's been the designated hitter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 inside taken. It's ball 1. So a bases clearing triple here in the bottom of the first. Still nobody out. Has the Pilots leading 3-0. The 1-1 is popped up out of play, and it's 1-2. The righty awaits the pitch from Grant. It's 1-2. Takes outside, 2-2. So Peter Battaglia, the first right-hander that Nate Grant has faced. First pitch swinging hits a triple down the left field line, clearing the bases, and that's how it's 3-0. Here's the 2-2 to Parker. Fastball just stays alive. It's 2-2. John Parker, 3 doubles, good enough for 7th in the league. He's 7 for 25 in 7 games, batting .280 with a .379 on base percentage. John Parker, last year, he's from New Orleans, Louisiana, played his ball at Jones Junior College in Mississippi. Next year, he'll play at Louisiana Tech. Cannot stay away from a fastball on the outside, way off the plate, and that's the first out in the night for Newark. So that'll bring up John Parker's teammate from Jones County, Tanner Huddleston.
Mississippi.
Huddleston is tonight's 3rd baseman for the Pilots. He's been sharing that role as Jamestown brings their infield in. He's been sharing that role with Jorge Leon. Here's the first pitch to Huddleston. Low. It's ball 1. Huddleston, 3 for 22 in 6 games. Singled and scored the Pilots' 2nd run on Sunday. Huddleston from Lucedale, Mississippi. Going to be playing like Parker at Louisiana Tech next year. 4 Louisiana Tech players. The 1-0 is popped back to Deaton. Deaton gets under it. Battaglia will round. No, he had the ball. They're going to say he dropped it. So it'll be an error on the play by Deaton. And it's 4-0.
Now up, number 2.
So it'll be an E7, and the manager for Jamestown is going to come out and say it was on the exchange. Either way, Peter Battaglia comes around to score for Newark. So no error for Huddleston, but it's good enough for the 4th run of the day for the Pilots. And now the umpires are going to talk and see. The base umpire, John White, was the one that ruled that Christian Deaton did not fully make the play. The umpires will confer. For right now, Tanner Huddleston is on first. It's an E7 on Christian Deaton. And the batter will be Tyler Odekirk.
Number 2.
And no
Tyler
change on the
Odekirk
play.
from Mission Viejo, California.
So Tanner Huddleston will stand on first. So it's now 4-0 Newark. 1 out for Odekirk. The first pitch by Nate Grant, taken outside, ball 1. Odekirk, in every game he started at short, has batted leadoff. Today is a change when he's batting 7th. So 4-0 on 3 hits and an error here in the inning. Bottom of the first, here's the pitch from Grant to Odekirk. He takes outside, 2-0. So although Odekirk is struggling, 3 for 23, those 3 hits have come in his last 2 games. He continues to stay in the lineup because of his ability to get on base. He's second in the perfect game league as he takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Second in the league in walks with 9 on the summer. He's getting on base, 394 on the year. Here's the 2-1 to Tyler Odekirk. Runner not going, scores the bunt, takes outside. It's 3-1 to the Pilots shortstop. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Odekirk. Huddleston stands on first base. It's 4-0 here Pilots in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the pitch from Grant. Odekirk takes outside, and it'll be ball 4. The second walk of the inning for Nate Grant.
Now coming up, Newark Pilots.
So that will move Tanner Huddleston to third, or to second, and that'll bring up Graham Hackbarth. Hackbarth, from Birmingham, Alabama, Pearl River Community College in Mississippi. Plays in the same Mississippi Junior College League as Pilots third baseman and designated hitter Tanner Huddleston and John Parker. All 3 of those Pilots will be playing ball at Louisiana Tech next year. First pitch to Hackbarth, popped into right field, settled under by Conti. He gets it in. Huddleston not tagging. The ball was not hit that deep. And it's 1 pitch, 1 out to Graham Hackbarth, and there's 2 away here in the bottom of the first. So then I bring up the 9th hitter of the inning, number 9, Po Chuan Pan from Taiwan City, Taiwan. He plays ball at Fujian Catholic University. Pan, the catcher for today's Pilot starter, Peng Fi Wong. 4-0 here, bottom of the first inning. Here's the first pitch to Pan, or to Po, popped at a play. Strike 1. Po came in when Wang came in relief on Wednesday night in Jamestown. He went 0 for 3. This is his second appearance for the Pilots. He faces an 0-1 count from Nate Grant. Here's the pitch in the dirt. It's 1-1. Po Chuan Pan most recently played in the Taiwan Class A Amateur Spring Tournament, where he went 378, 14 hits in 37 at-bats, was on base 486. He 1-0 down the right field line. John Conti's not there, going to get there. It's a base hit. Huddleston comes around to third. The ball into the corner. Odekirk's going to come around third. He will score. It'll be a 2 RBI, 2-out double for Po Chuan Pan, and it's 6-0 here in the bottom of the first.
Pilots, let's hear it for the crowd.
So a great start here in Colburn Park. 6-0 on 2 extra base hits here in the bottom of the first. So that'll bring up for the second time in the inning, DeMarcus Guillory. Guillory hit a leadoff double and came around to score on the triple from Pete Battaglia.
That was a nice batter to come to plate in the inning, and Guillory now is up again. He doubled and scored to get things started.
So a bases clearing triple by Battaglia. First pitch swinging is Guillory, grounded to the second baseman Markey. He throws over to first, inning over, but not before 6 runs come around to score for the Pilots. 6 runs, 4 hits, 1 runner left on base. We head to the top of the second inning. Pilots lead 6-0 here at Colburn Park. So we're back, top of the second inning here in Newark. Pilots just got 6 across in the bottom half of the first. They did that, a Peter Battaglia bases clearing 3-run triple, a 2-run double by the catcher Pope Pon, and an error on what would have been a sac fly for Tanner Huddleston on the left fielder. So it's 6-0 off of 4 hits, and that'll bring up Skylar Valentine. A big inning here, a shutdown inning for Wang coming up. First pitch, a slow curveball from Wang, taken by Skylar Valentine. Ball 1. Skylar Valentine was the hitter when Brent Brookover was caught stealing to end the bottom of the first, or top of the first. So here he is in the second, pops a pitch down the third base line, Huddleston over. He has enough room and makes a play, 1 out quickly here in the top of the first.
Now, number 1.
So a pop up to Huddleston out of play, and there's 1 out here in the inning. A problem for Newark on the season has been giving up runs the inning following when the Pilots put runs on the board. 14 times in innings, not counting the 9th when the Pilots have put up runs. They've allowed 19 the following inning. 8 the other night, which really put it out of the Onondaga game. Here's the first pitch to Alex O'Donnell. It's the slow curve, and it's taken for strike 1. So they're giving up a 1.5 in the inning following a run scored. Wang will look for a shutdown inning. Here he is. Slow curveball taken again, outside corner again. It's quickly 0-2 to Alex O'Donnell. O'Donnell, the junior from Mercyhurst, number 1. It's a righty-righty matchup. He goes down to talk to the third base coach ahead of the 0-2. Peng-Fei Wong, 1 hit through 4 batters. That hit was erased on a Ben Brookover caught stealing to end at the top of the first. It's 6-0 here in Colburn Park. 0-2 count to Alex O'Donnell, and there's 1 out. We saw O'Donnell in both games in Jamestown. He went 1 for 6, drove in a run, walked, and struck out. He was 0 for 2 against Wang last week, or 0 for 3, sorry. The 0-2 is fouled out of the reach of Huddleston, but it's out of play, and we'll do the 0-2 again. O'Donnell from Mercyhurst, 7 for 32 in 8 games, good enough for a 219 average. It's a righty-righty matchup with Wang working from the stretch. Poe sets up outside. Here is the 0-2. Fastball taken, just missed. It's ball 1. So Pilots lead 6-0. 6-0 on 4 bottom of the first hits. They batted around, 10 batters total in the inning. Here they are now in the second with 1 out, 1-2 count to O'Donnell. Here's Wang working from the stretch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Poe will throw it around the diamond, and there's 2 away. 2 batters faced, 2 outs here in the top of the second inning.
Number 22, Connor Rule.
So that'll bring up Connor Rule, the backstop. He's catching Nate Grant.
Probably getting a break. He just gets to be a DH tonight.
Connor Rule, the backstop, right-handed hitter. He's hitting 300 in 5 games. He's a freshman from Kansas State. He's 6 for 20 and a 348 on-base percentage. Here he is against Wang. Here's the first pitch. Fastball taken for strike 1. Rule started behind the plate on Thursday against the Pilots in the day game where Kyle Griffin pitched. He'll pitch tomorrow. Here's the 0-1 taken inside for strike 2. So quickly 0-2 to Connor Rule. There's 2 outs on a pop-up out of play to Tanner Huddleston and a swing and a swinging strikeout by Alex O'Donnell. Here's Wang. 2 strikes, 2 outs from the stretch. Breaking ball taken inside. It's 1-2.
Gravity pulled that thing right down to the ground.
Connor Rule digs in. Wang, like most Pilots, is working quickly. Post sets up outside. Here's the 1-2 taken. It'll be a cold strike 3 on Connor Rule. So after getting 6 in the bottom of the first, Wang comes out here in the top of the second. Retires all 3 batters faced. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 strikeouts in the inning. No one left on base. It'll be McKenna, Valier, and Battaglia when we get back here in the bottom of the second inning. Welcome back. Bottom of the second inning here at Colburn Park. 6-0 Newark's lead. They put 6 on Nate Grant in the bottom of the first in an inning he would love to have back. 6 runs, 5 earned on 4 hits. The big hits in the inning came off the bats of Peter Battaglia, a bases-clearing 3-run double, and Po Chuan Pan, a 2-out, 2-run double. The Pilots put 10 runners, or batted 10 hitters in the inning. Leadoff hitter for the second time in as many innings. It'll be Mark McKenna. McKenna singled and came around to score on the triple by Battaglia in the bottom of the first. The right fielder tonight for the Pilots digs in. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup. First pitch from Grant, taken low. It's ball 1. Nate Grant, the lefty, working from the windup, working quickly. McKenna grounds the 1-0 pitch to the second baseman Markey. He fires across the diamond to Brookover, and there's 1 away. So a good start in the bottom of the second inning for Nate Grant. It's a quick 1 batter, 1 out. And that'll bring up John Ballier. Ballier worked a full count against Grant in the first and ended up walking. He also came around to score on the Battaglia triple. First pitch is taken by Ballier. Ball 1. So second straight batter with a 1-0 count from Grant. Here it is. Ballier pops the 1-0 to Deaton. Deaton goes back. He settles under it. Makes the play with his back turned towards the left field wall. 2 batters, 2 outs. Working quickly for Nate Grant. So that'll bring up Peter Battaglia. Battaglia, who came into tonight's game struggling after driving in 48 runs in his season in Niagara, has not had an RBI this season until a first pitch 3 RBI triple in the bottom of the first. He takes the first pitch from Nate Grant outside this at bat for strike 1. Grant working quickly. The 0-1 is popped back. It's 0-2. So Nate Grant a strike away from a 1-2-3 bottom of the second inning. So after a rocky first, here's the 0-2. Grounded. Tough grounder to O'Donnell. He runs over. Throw pulls Brookover off the bag. It'll be a base hit for Battaglia. Throw gets away from Brookover. And Battaglia is down to second base. So a single and an E6 has the Pilots on. Has a Pilots runner in scoring position with 2 outs.
Jonathan Parker.
So a throwing error by Alex O'Donnell. But Battaglia would have beat the play. It was a slow developing ground ball to the shortstop. And that'll bring up Jonathan Parker. So Nate Grant will now, after quickly retiring the first 2 hitters, work from the stretch. Here's the first pitch taken by John Parker low. It's ball 1. Parker struck out swinging in between runs scored in the bottom of the first. Up for the second time in as many innings. No runs, 1 hit, 2 errors for Jamestown. 6 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Newark. Bottom of the second, 2 outs. Battaglia leads off second. Grant looks back, now fires. Popped into right. It's going to be a base hit for Jonathan Parker. Battaglia will come around from third to score. It's a 2-out RBI single for Jonathan Parker. 7-0 Pilots. So it's Battaglia's second run scored on the game, and the Pilots lead 7-0.
Hoosdale, Mississippi.
So that'll bring up Tanner Huddleston. It's an unearned run for Nate Grant. And there's 2 away. John Parker leads off first. He's being held on by Ben Brookover. Huddleston reached on an error by Deaton in the first. Would have been a sacrifice fly. A run ended up coming around to score on the play. He also came around to score a run on the Poe 2 RBI double. Here he is now in the second. It's a 1-0 count as he takes a first pitch fastball outside. Here's the pitch from Grant, popped up by Huddleston down the right field line. Conti over, settles under it in foul play, inning over. But not before a 2-out hits, an error by the shortstop, and an RBI single for Jonathan Parker. It's 7-0. We head to the top of the third inning here in Newark. 7-0 Pilots.
Number 20.
So we're back here at Colburn Park, Newark, New York, bottom of or top of the third inning. It'll be 7, 8, 9 for Wang in the bottom or the top of the third inning. Pilots added another run tally in the bottom half of the second on a John Parker 2-out RBI single that scored Battaglia. Slow curveball from Wong, first pitch, ball 1.
Markey, the right-handed hitter. That's ball 1.
Righty-righty matchup. Wang working from the stretch. Here's the 1-0. Taken for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. It's Wang on the mound working from the stretch to Ryan Markey from St. John's. The redshirt freshman swings through strike 2. Markey 0 for 3. He's playing second base for the Jammers. 6 runs in the first, 1 run in the bottom of the second, which led to the 7-0 Pilots lead. Here's the pitch from Wang. Fastball taken. Poe holding it there. Wants Wang to know it was close, but it'll be a ball. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter Ryan Markey here in the inning. Wang working quickly from the stretch. Here's the 2-2. Taken. This one's going to be a strike. 3 strikeouts for a row. Ryan Markey leads off the inning, striking out looking. There's 1 away.
Number 7, Christian Deaton.
So that'll bring up number 7, Christian Deaton. Deaton made a big error in the 6th run bottom of the first when he dropped a pop-up by Tanner Huddleston. That allowed Battaglia to score from third and kept the inning alive for an eventual 2-out double from Poe. The first pitch to the lefty Deaton is taken outside. It's ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. A leadoff strikeout by Ryan Markey is how we got here. Here's Wong working from the stretch. The 1-0 taken outside. It's 2-0. Christian Deaton, the junior from CSU Bakersfield. He's 2 for 13 in 5 games. He wears number 7 and bats in the left-handed batter's box. The left fielder for Jamestown, here he is against Wang. It's a 2-0 count. Poe sets up outside. Here's the pitch. Taken for strike 1. So Wong fires a 2-0 pitch in for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. We saw Christian Deaton in the first game Wednesday night. He went 1 for 3. Here's the 2-1 from Wong. Outside, 3-1. So the first 3-ball count of the night for Pang-Fei Wong. It's to the number 8 hitter, Christian Deaton. Smooth sailing so far for Wong. Here is the pitch. The 3-1 taken outside, ball 4. So that'll break a streak of 8 in a row retired by Wong. A 1-out walk by Christian Deaton. And that'll bring up the number 9 hole hitter, John Conti. John Conti from Canisius. Canisius, same school as tonight's right fielder for the Pilots, Mark McKenna. Conti, 4 for 17, 235, 3 runs batted in for Jamestown. It's his 8th game. Here's the first pitch. He takes strike 1. So Wang fires in a first pitch strike. Christian Deaton leads off first. He reached via a 1-out walk. He's being held on by Battaglia. 0-1 count to the lefty Deaton. Wong wants Deaton to know he's paying attention to him. Throws it over. Deaton back in safely. Here is the 0-1 to the lefty John Conti. Takes fastball outside. Strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. Last 3 outs from Wang were strikeouts. 2 looking, 1 swinging. Here is the 0-2 to John Conti. Runner leads off of first base. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So 4 straight outs recorded via the strikeouts, and there's 2 away here in the top of the third. So that'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Chris Connolly. Connolly grounded out to Graham Hackbarth in the first. Connolly is the reigning Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League Player of the Week. And his 2nd career award He recorded it last year in week 4. It's the second year with Jamestown. First pitch will have to wait. Wang throws over. Deaton back in safely. Deaton reached via a 1-out walk. He leads off first, being held on by Battaglia. Here is the first pitch to Chris Connolly. Runner not going. Takes a fastball. Strike 1. Four straight strikeouts for Wong. He has given up 1 walk and 1 hit in between. One time through the order. Here's the pitch, a slow breaking ball taken outside. It's 1-1. Wang has many different speeds on his curveball. You also see a changeup, a splitter, and a fastball. He says his changeup is his best pitch. His splitter is his out pitch. Here's the 1-1 to Chris Connolly. 2 outs. Runner leads off first. Taken outside. It's 2-1. Chris Connolly, he has the best eye so far in the Perfect Game League. He's walked 12 times, good enough for first, and has an on-base percentage of .644, also first in the league. He wears number 17. He's the 3rd straight lefty in the lineup. Christian Deaton leads off first, being held on by Battaglia. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Swung on. Off the glove of Graham Hackbarth. It'll be a 2-out base hit. On his way to third is Christian Deaton. 2 outs with runners on the corner.
Number 30.
It'll be an error on Graham Hackbarth, which will prolong the inning for Peng Fei Wong.
This has been one of those situations that the Gamers have excelled in early in the season. This runners at the corner.
So Hackbarth drops what would have been the 3rd out of an inning, allowed Connolly to reach at first on the error, and allowed Christian Deaton, who was running on the play, to get all the way to third. There's 2 outs, and that'll bring up Ben Brookover. Here is the pitch. Grounded to Oderkirk, past the diving glove of Tyler Oderkirk. It'll be a base hit. The run will come around to score from third, so a 2-out RBI by Ben Brookover. And Jamestown cuts into this Pilots lead. It's 7-1. Chris Connolly moves up to
Number 16.
second on the play. There's still 2 outs here, and that'll bring up Chris Estrada. Estrada is the 3rd baseman for Jamestown.
UTSA has done a fine job when it comes to these 2-out situations. We'll see if he can keep it.
Estrada, the number 3 hole hitter, flied out to Mark McKenna in the first. 7-1 here. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Slow curve taken. Ball 1.
1 ball, no strikes. 2 out.
Chris Estrada, 10th in the league in batting average. He's batting .389. Here is the 1-0. He's first in the league in second in the league, in hits with 14. The time called, Peng Fei Wong fired in. Pitch won't count. Estrada called late time, which was granted by home plate umpire Rick Elrod. Estrada has driven in 10 runs, good enough for second in the league. Has a chance to drive in a 2-out RBI with Chris Connolly leading off second. It's Brookover on first, 2 runners on, 2 outs, and a 1-0 count to the number 3 hole hitter, Chris Estrada. Wong paying close attention to Connolly at second, but fires in a strike to Estrada. It's 1-1. Estrada flied out to McKenna in the first inning off a 2-2 count from Wong. Here he is up in the bottom or the top of the 3rd with 2 on. 2 on, 2 outs, 1-1 count to the number 3 hole hitter, Chris Estrada. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball high. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 runners on, 2 outs. A walk, an error, and a single has led to 1 run on the scoreboard for them. Still 4 straight outs recorded via the strikeout for Wong. Here's the 2-1. Popped up out of play. It's 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a right-handed hitter, Chris Estrada, the 3rd baseman, to right-handed pitcher, Peng Fei Wang. Runners take their leads off of first and second. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runners on. Wang, paying close attention, fires in. Deep by Estrada. DeMarcus Guillory settles under it. Inning over. So a fly ball to center field to end the inning, but not before Jamestown cuts into the Pilots' lead. 1 hit, 1 error, 1 run, 2 runners left on base. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Pilots lead 7-1.
Stop number 2, Tyler Odekirk from Mission Viejo, California.
So bottom of the 3rd inning. Leadoff hitter for Newark would be Tyler Odekirk. Odekirk worked a walk and came around to score on a Po Chuan Pan 2 RBI double in the 6th run, bottom of the 1st. Odekirk playing shortstop tonight, batting in the 7th hole for the first time this season after struggling through the first 7 games, batting .323. He's been better of late. His average is 130. Here's the first pitch. Popped up into center field, so it'll be 1 pitch, 1 out for Nate Grant in the inning.
Number 16, Graham Hackworth.
So out number 1 recorded by Skylar Valentine, and that will bring up Graham Hackworth.
Alabama.
Hackworth flew out to the right fielder John Conti, made the 2nd out in that bottom of the 1st. Hackworth, number 16 from Birmingham, Alabama. Here's the first pitch from Nate Grant. Breaking ball taken for strike. Hackworth made an error when he dropped a line drive in the top of the 2nd, which eventually led to a run, an unearned run for Wang. The pitch is popped up. Deaton started in, then retreated back, but he makes the play. 2 flyouts to start the inning. So the first 2 batters retired for Nate Grant for the 2nd inning in a row. And that'll bring up Po Chuan Pan. Po had the other big hit in the bottom of the 1st when he lined a double down the right field line to drive in Huddleston and Odekirk. Takes the first pitch from Nate Grant. It's 1-0. Po Chuan Pan, the catcher from Taiwan, 1-0, takes 0-1 or 1-0 for strike 1. Han from Fujian Catholic. 1-1 hit the other way. Sends the right fielder back. It's going to be a 2-out base hit off the wall. Po rounds first, goes to 2nd. Conti gets the throw in back to the infield, but not before Po is on with his 2nd double of the night. 2nd 2-out double for Po, and the Pilots are in business with 2 outs. Last inning, Pete Battaglia extended the inning with a 2-out infield single, got to 2nd on an error, and came around to score on a John Parker RBI single. Let's see if the Pilots can get a 2-run or a 2-out run for the 2nd inning in a row. They have 3 2-out runs in the game. That'll bring up DeMarcus Guillory, 3rd at-bat in as many innings, takes a breaking ball for strike 1. He led off that 6-run bottom of the 1st with a double, came around to score on a Battaglia triple. It's 7-1 here, bottom of the 3rd inning, 2 outs. Po leads off, check swing by Guillory. Rick Elrod checks down to John White. Guillory did not go. It'll be 1-2 or 1-1. Guillory 1 for 2 on the day. He's playing center field. Made the final out in the top half of the third inning. It's 7-1. Runner on second. Guillory. Slow ground ball to the second baseman, Markey. Let's see if he beats this out. Markey over to Brookover. Makes the play. Inning over. So no runs, a 2-out double by Pond wasted. We head to the top of the fourth inning. Newark leads 7-1.
Valentine.
Welcome back. Top of the fourth inning. Pilots lead the Jamestown Jammers 7-1 here in Newark. The leadoff hitter will be Skylar Valentine. Skylar Valentine popped a foul ball just in front of his own dugout. Huddleston made the play to lead off the second inning. Here he is in the fourth, righty-righty matchup against Wang. Slow breaking ball high. Ball one. So a pop-up to Guillory by Estrada ended a string of 4 straight strikeouts by Wong. Here he is from the stretch. Slow breaking ball. Skylar Valentine way out in front of that one. It's strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. 7-1 Newark. Here's Wong. Poe sets up outside. Fastball outside corner. Poe wanted the call. Doesn't get it. It's 2 balls and a strike. Wang is smiling out there on the mound. Knows the umpire missed that call. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Here is Wong. Breaking ball misses high. It's 3-1. So the second 3-ball count for Wong on the day. The other 3-ball count came to Christian Gee, and he eventually worked a walk and came around to score. And they 1-run top of the third inning for Jamestown. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken outside. Strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter here in the top of the fourth inning, Skylar Valentine. Skylar Valentine, 10 for 33 in 8 games, 303 batting average, 439 on base. Here's the payoff pitch from Wong. Swung on, grounded to Huddleston. Tough hop eats him up. It goes into left field. So the leadoff batter is on here in the inning. We'll see how they score that one here in Newark.
Alex O'Donnell.
Tough hop ate up Tanner Huddleston, but it'll be an error on the third baseman. So that third baseman on Huddleston, his 5th, ties Tyler Odekirk for the team lead, and both are ranked 3rd on the season. So an E5 to start the inning. Valentine leads off. First pitch, strike fired into Alex O'Donnell. It's 0-1. Here's Alex O'Donnell, struck out in his only at-bat in the second inning. Here he is in the fourth. Runner leads off first. Breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Poe. It'll be a ball. Breaking ball not far enough away for Skylar Valentine to take the base. Valentine comes in today, 2 stolen bases and 2 chances for the Jammers. He scored 8 runs, good enough for 5th in the league. He leads off first, being held down by Battaglia. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Here's the 1-1. Tries to lean into the breaking ball. Doesn't get in enough, but it misses for a ball. Ball 2. Valentine has been hit by 2 pitches so far this season. Righty-righty matchup with the leadoff hitter, Skylar Valentine. He reached on an error, leads off first. Here's the 2-1. Fastball popped up. Ballier goes over. It's out down the left field line. He is going to make the play. Came a long way. Skylar Valentine will take the extra base. Ballier had to run a long way to make that play. Ballier ended up making the play in bounds. Home plate umpire Rick Elrod ran down the line to make sure it was still in play. Wishing it was out, but it's not. Advances to second on the tag. 1 out, runner on second base for the catcher, Connor Rule. Connor Rule struck out looking in the inning to end the bottom of the second, or top of the second. Here's Wong, the 0-1 count. Valentine leads off second. Wong fires in a first pitch fastball for strike 1. Connor Rule, right-handed batter, digs in here with a 0-1 count. Righty-righty matchup. Wong working from the stretch. Looks back at Valentine, now fires in the pitch. Fastball outside, 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 7-1 lead for Newark here in the top of the 4th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner leads off second. Slow breaking ball in for strike 1. Connor Rule thought about leading into the breaking ball from Wong, lays off it, and lays off strike 2. Connor Rule not happy about that call, but the backstop for the other team, hoping he gets that call in the bottom half of the inning. Poe sets up outside. Here's the 1-2. Wong turns to second. Valentine back in. Valentine being held on by Graham Hackbarth. The batter is Connor Rule. 1 out, 1-2 count. Wang looks back. Poe sets up outside. Hackbarth moves back to his position. And grounded. Tough hop by Hackbarth. He gets it. Fires over to Battaglia. 2 away. Skylar Valentine moves up to third on the play. But there's 2 away. Jamestown scored a 2-out run on a Ben Brookover single in the top of the 3rd. Wang will look to limit that here in the top of the 4th. 7-2 Newark, or 7-1 Newark lead, 2 outs, and the batter is Ryan Markey. Markey struck out looking to lead off the top of the 3rd. Here he is now in the 4th. Fastball taken low. Ball 1. Ryan Markey, the redshirt freshman from St. John's. St. John's made it to the tournament. Was eliminated after the first week. Here's the 1-0 with 2 outs. Valentine leads off third. Breaking ball taken inside. Forced Ryan Markey off the plate. It's 2-0. So the same count that Wang started off the at-bat to Markey in the last one. He ended up working around a 2-0 count with 3 straight strikes for strike 3. Let's see if we can do that again here in the 4th. 2 outs, 2-0 count. The 2-0 is fouled back. It's 2-1. Ryan Markey, the right-handed hitter, the second baseman. Skylar Valentine reached on an error by Tanner Huddleston. Valentine leads off first. Thought about stealing home, chooses not to. And the 2-1 is taken outside. It's ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike for Peng Phi Wong. Wong working from the stretch with a runner on third. 3-1 count, 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Ryan Markey. Fastball taken high. Markey had tossed his bat towards his dugout. He'll have to get that one back. It's strike 2. So the third base coach for Jamestown, not happy about that call. He's yelling in to Rick Elrod. Markey goes back and gets his bat, digs in ahead of the full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Valentine leads off of third. Here's the payoff pitch from Pang Fi Wong. Wong looks in, steps off, tries to throw behind Valentine at third. Huddleston did not move at third, however. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Valentine dancing off of third. Here's the payoff. Fastball off, swung on, foul tip off the left shoulder of Poe. Fouled back. So it'll be a full count. Home plate umpire Rick Elrod goes out to hand the ball to Wang to give Poe some extra time. Now Elrod will clean off the plate, asking Poe if he's all right. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Righty-righty matchup. Ryan Markey is the batter. Christian Deaton waits on deck. Here's the 3-2. Skylar Valentine leads off third. The payoff taken low. It's ball 4. So after working the count back full, Wang loses Markey for a 2-out walk. That'll bring up Christian Deaton. Deaton, left-handed hitter, walked and came around to score on a 2-out RBI single by Ben Brookover. Brookover, left-handed hitter, runners on the corners. Would love to end the inning here if you're the Pilots. Markey leads off first, Valentine off of third. Fastball, first pitch taken inside. Ball 1. So Markey leads off first. Let's see if the Jammers try anything with 2 outs here in the inning with the runners on base. 1-0 count to Deaton, runners on the corners. Valentine starts down third base. Wong fires in the dirt. Not far enough by – the ball did not bounce far enough away from Poe. Runners could not advance. It's 2-0. 2-0 to the number 8 hitter in the Jammers lineup. He's the 5th batter in the inning. Jammers 2 runners on via 0 hits. A leadoff hitter reached via an error by Tanner Huddleston and a 2-out walk to Ryan Markey. Here's the 2-0 from Wong. Fastball swung on, fouled back. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count to the junior from CSU Bakersfield. Valentine leads off of third, and Ryan Markey is the runner on first. Wang, the righty pitcher from the stretch, to Deaton, the lefty hitter. Deaton made an error in left field, back in the 6-run first. The 2-1 is taken outside. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Deaton, who walked on a 3-1 count in the last inning, has a 3-1 count here. Wong throws over, Markey back in safely. 3 balls, 1 strike. Middle infield playing in double play depth with 2 outs. Battaglia holding on Markey at first. Valentine's on third. Here is the 3-1 from Wong. Home plate umpire calls time just as Wang was getting into his delivery. We'll do it again. Here's the pitch taken for ball 4. So 2 straight 2-out walks for the Jammers, and the bases are loaded here in the top of the 4th inning. As something we're seeing for the first time this summer, pitching coach Bennett Schultz will go out to talk to Wong. He is joined by the translator, Poe. So Poe is the interpreter. Poe is also a catcher. 2 different Poes. Tanner Huddleston will join the conversation. The bases are loaded. No runs so far. No hits on the inning. A leadoff error by Huddleston and 2 2-out walks to Ryan Markey and Christian Deaton are how we got here. Pilots lead 7-1. Got 6 in the bottom of the first, 1 in the second. Jamestown answered with 1 in the third. Rick Elrod goes out to break the party. Huddleston goes back to third. And the interpreter and pitching coach Bennett Schultz go back to the dugout.
John Conti.
So here's Wang with the bases loaded, and the hitter is John Conti. Conti, the number 9 hole hitter, struck out swinging for the second out in the 3rd inning. He's the right fielder, teammates with our right fielder, Mark McKenna, at Canisius. He's 4 for 17 in 7 games on the summer. Bases loaded. Here is the pitch from Wang. First pitch fastball fired in, fouled back. It's strike 1. So the lefty is Conti, the middle of 3 straight lefties in Jamestown's lineup. He wears number 6, plays right field. Struck out swinging in his only at-bat in the 3rd. 2 outs. Runners take their leads. It's an 0-1 count. Wang taking his time here in the 4th. Squares to bunt, popped back. It's 0-2. So with the bases loaded and 2 outs, John Conti squares to bunt, and he's quickly behind in the count, 0-2. He struck out swinging on 3 pitches from Wang last inning. Wang a pitch away from stranding the bases. Conti, the number 9 hole hitter in the lineup for the Jammers. Top of the 4th inning, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Wang steps off ahead of the 0-2. So here is the 0-2 with 2 outs from Wang. Still working from the stretch, bases loaded. Low in the dirt, good block by Poe. It's ball 1. Poe went to the backhand to block that one. With a runner only 90 feet away, anything that gets far enough from Poe would be a run for Jamestown.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out.
1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs, bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Lined up the middle. It'll be a base hit. 1 run will score. Runner around first. He will score as Guillory's throw will not be in time. It's cut off by Battaglia. A 2 out, 2 RBI single by John Conti. And it's 7-3 here in the 3rd. So a 2 RBI base hit for John Conti. And that'll flip the lineup over to Chris Connolly.
17, Chris Connolly.
Chris Connolly, left-handed hitter from Canisius.
Deaton is down at second now. Conti at first.
So Christian Deaton moves up to second. John Conti is on first, and the hitter is Chris Connolly, the leadoff hitter. He's 0 for 2, reached on an error, and scored a run last inning. Ball 1 taken low. It's 1-0. Connolly reached on an error that would have ended the inning in the 3rd. That error was made by Graham Hackbarth.
1 for 2 tonight. Rounding out, the second baseman Deaton. Into the grass in the outfield. Nice play. Baseman of the Newark Pilots.
It's a 1-0 count now to the leadoff hitter, Chris Connolly. Connolly, the number 1 guy at reaching base here in the Perfect Game League. He has a .644 on base percentage and 12 walks. 12 walks. This is his 10th game. He's also batting .462. That's good enough for 3rd in the league. Rick Elrod had called time. He cleans off the plate. Wang taking his time here after working quickly through the first 3. A bases-loaded single by John Conti cut the lead to 7-3. Steps off, fakes the throw to second base at Christian Deaton. Wang working from the stretch. 2 runners on, 2 outs. It's Chris Connolly, the batter. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken for strike 1. So a call Wang was not getting earlier in the inning. Gets a high fastball and strike 1. Christian Deaton is on second. John Conti is on first. Chris Conti, tonight's designated hitter, stepped out, was not happy with the call. He's the lefty. Righty is Wang, the pitcher, working from the stretch. 2 runners on, 2 outs, 1-1 count to the leadoff hitter, Connolly. Here is the 1-1 from Wang. Fastball fouled back. It's 1-2. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Chris Connolly. Connolly walked 5 times and was hit by a pitch in the 2-game series against the Pilots last week. He's 1 for 3 against Wong in his career. He digs in, 1-2 count from Wong, looks back at Odekirk. Slow breaking ball in. Poe holds it there, doesn't get the call, gives Elrod a look behind the plate. He's telling his pitcher, Wong, to get that one down. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on. 2 runners home in the inning for the leadoff hitter. Connolly, the left-handed pitcher. Odekirk playing just about up the middle for the lefty, also holding on Deaton at second. Here's the 2-2 from Wong. Grounded back to Wong. He will get out of the inning. Emphasizes a loud scream before throwing over to Battaglia at first. 1 hit in the inning, 2 runs, 2 walks, an error, 2 runners left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Pilots lead 7-3.
New York.
So Mark McKenna will be the leadoff hitter here in the inning. Bottom of the 4th. First pitch, McKenna squares the bunt. Pitch was inside, almost hit him. Instead hits the knob of the bat, and it'll be strike 1 to McKenna. McKenna singled and scored a run in the 6-run first and grounded out to the second baseman Markey in the 3rd. He's 1 for 2. Slow ground ball up the middle to Markey. He makes the play. Throws over to Brookover. 1 away.
Now coming to play.
So after struggling in the 1st inning, it's been smooth sailing through the last 2 1/3 for Nate Grant. As for the 3rd inning in a row, gets the leadoff man retired. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Nate Grant, the hitter is John Ballier. Ballier walked and flown out to his counterpart in left in 2 plate appearances. It's a 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. The 1-1, or the 1-0 is fouled back. It's 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. No runners on. Nate Grant's 1-1 in the dirt. It's ball 2.
6 inches in front of the plate, scooped up by Connor Rule, and the count is now 2 balls.
Here's the 2 ball, 1 strike. Lined deep to center field. Center field goes back, makes the play. There's 2 away. They say the toughest play to make in the field is the line drive hit right at you. It was hit right at Skylar Valentine, but he made the play routinely, and there's 2 away. Ballier put some good wood on it, but Skylar Valentine got a good jump in center field, and there's 2 away. Peter Battaglia digs in, squares the bunt, gets it down. Lined, though, right to Nate Grant. He dives off the mound. 1 pitch, and there's an out. 1, 2, 3. Very quick inning here in the bottom of the 4th. We head to the 5th. Pilots lead 7-3. Welcome back. Top of the 5th inning. 3 runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Jammers. 7 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Pilots. The Pilots looking to end their 7-game losing streak. It's Peng Fei Wong on the mound. The Jammers got 2 runs on a 2-out RBI single by John Conti. The bases were loaded when he drove in the 2. So it's 7-3. After a 7-0 start, Jamestown has scored in each of the last 2 innings. First pitch breaking ball is blooped over the head of Tyler Odekirk into left field. It'll be a 1-pitch leadoff single for Ben Brookover. He's 3 for 3 on the day. 3 for 3, 3 singles.
Chris Estrada.
And that'll bring up Chris Estrada. Estrada has flown out to McKenna and to Guillory in 2 plate appearances. Estrada, the third baseman for the Jammers. Brookover leads off first. Wang is still the pitcher. First pitch breaking ball in. Strike 1. So runner on first is Ben Brookover. He's being held on by Peter Battaglia. Righty-righty matchup with Chris Estrada, the junior from UTSA, at the plate. Fastball taken low. No argument from Poe. It's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first. No one out here in the inning. Estrada steps out to adjust his batting gloves. Steps back in. Wong working from the stretch where he's been working through all game. Here's the 1-1. Fires a fastball in on the outside corner. Strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to the number 3 hitter in the lineup for Jamestown. Here is the 1-2 from Wong. Fastball. Poe is holding it there. Doesn't get the call. It's 2-2. Poe held that one up there. Gives Wong, his countryman, and his battery mate a thumbs up. Now he sets up inside ahead of the 2-2. Brookover leads off of first. He reached on a leadoff single. He's 3 for 3. The 2-2 is fouled off the end of the bat. And we'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no out. Runner on first. That runner is being held on by Peter Battaglia. Battaglia has the big hit in the game for the Pilots, with the bases clearing triple in the bottom of the first in a 6-run first inning. Here's the 2 ball, 2 strikes, but it'll have to wait as Wong throws a soft toss over to Battaglia. Brookover back in safely. Brookover has 2 stolen bases, has been caught twice on the year. One of those caught stealings came to end the first inning. Here's the 2-2 to Poe, popped up back, out of play. So Estrada, who came into tonight's game 2nd in hits with 14, Wong has retired him in both of his at-bats. Defense playing about even. Battaglia holding on Brookover at first. Here's the 2-2 to the cleanup hitter. Taken inside, or I'm sorry, the number 3 hitter. It's taken inside for ball 3. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. Estrada steps out to adjust his batting gloves. The runner on first is Ben Brookover. Let's see with a 3-2 count if he decides to try and take second. Poe sets up. Here's the pitch from the stretch from Wong. Wong taking his time, fires in a fastball. Fouled deep down the left field line. Got to play. So 9th pitch of the at-bat coming ahead to Chris Estrada. Estrada 0 for 2 on the day. Estrada was 2 for 9 with 4 runs batted in the 2 games when Jamestown placed Newark last week. Jamestown won both those matchups. Newark looking to end their losing streak to Jamestown and their losing streak on the year. Here's the 3-2, runner not going, and it's popped up. Battaglia settles under it, about 1 foot off of the first baseline out of play, and there's 1 away. So a 3-2 pop-up to Chris Estrada, and he's retired for the 3rd time of the game.
Number 2, Skylar Valentine.
So that'll bring up number 2, Skylar Valentine. popped up out of play to Huddleston in the second, and reached on a leadoff hit that was an error ruled to Huddleston in the fourth. So both at-bats have gone to Tanner at third. And now this one, Huddleston, tough hop, fires over to second, makes the play. Hackbarth on the relay, not in time. So a great play by Tanner Huddleston on the backhand to retire the lead runner at second base. Skylar Valentine reaches on a fielder's choice, but there's two away.
2 outs coming from the plate. Number 1, Alex.
So a great play by Tanner Huddleston to rob Skylar Valentine of a hit. Valentine reaches on a fielder's choice. He's 0 for 3 today. It's 7-3. It's the top of the fifth. There's 2 outs, and Skylar Valentine is the runner on first. Here's Alex O'Donnell. Pops up the first pitch from Wong. Guillory started in again, settles under it, inning over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors in the inning, 1 man left on base. We're halfway through this game here at Colburn Park. Pilots lead 7-3.
From New Orleans, Louisiana.
Welcome back. Bottom of the fifth inning. We're halfway through this game here at Colburn Park. Pilots lead 7-3. 6 of those runs came in a 6th-run first. 1 was added on in the second. Jamestown got 2 in the third, or got 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth. The leadoff hitter is Jonathan Parker. Tanner Huddleston will follow, and Tyler Odeker is third. This will be the 100th pitch from Nate Grant. Fastball outside corner, fired in for strike 1. So Nate Grant, still throwing hard, has really settled down since that long, lengthy first inning. The 0-1 is swung on and missed by John Parker. It's 0-2. Parker comes in to this at-bat. He is 1 for 2.
39 strikes, 21 balls. 99 for Pink Bay Long.
Fastball outside.
2 strikes.
It's ball 1.
0-2 pitch that's never anywhere near the strike zone.
Here is the 1-2 from Nate Grant. High. Parker mad at himself for swinging at it, but he stays alive, fouls back. It's 1-2. So the lefty Grant to the righty Parker. Parker singled and drove in a run his last at bat. Up the middle, past the glove of the pitcher. Markey over, makes the play. 1 away.
Now coming up to bat, number 29.
So the fifth
Tanner
put out now
Huddleston
for Ryan Markey
from
at
Truesdale,
second.
Mississippi.
And that will bring up Tanner Huddleston. Huddleston made an error in the 2-run at top of the fourth, but made a great play in the last inning to rob Skylar Valentine of a hit. Got the lead runner at second base. Would have been a definite base hit down the left field line, maybe 2 for Valentine. Here he is, though, in the 5th. Fouls back a first pitch fastball. Strike 1. Tanner Huddleston going to be playing his ball at Louisiana Tech, one of 4 pilots to play there next year. 3 will be transferring in, Parker, Huddleston, and Hackbarth, and they'll be joining starting pitcher Kyle Griffin. Here is the 0-2 now to Grant. Huddleston lined to his counterpart, Estrada, 2 away. So that ball was lined right at Estrada at third. Easy play for the Jammers' third baseman. And was quickly 2 away. 6 batters now retired in a row for Nate Grant, who's working here in the bottom of the 5th. He's allowed 7 runs, 5 earned on 7 hits. Here's the first pitch to Tyler Odekirk, breaking ball outside, ball 1. Odekirk, Irvine Valley Community College, will be playing his ball at San Diego. Here's the 1-0. He'll be playing at San Diego next season after signing there after 2 great years at junior college. 1 ball, 1 strike to the number 7 hitter in the Pilots lineup. He's 0 for 1, reached on a walk and came around to score on a Poe double in the first. The 1-1 is popped out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nate Grant getting more and more efficient as this.
Nate Grant pitching to Tyler Odekirk. Lefty-righty matchup. Grant the lefty pitcher. Here's the 1-2. Odekirk pokes at it, pops it down the right field line out of play. 1-2. Odekirk has had a lengthy at-bat in every game we've seen so far. He's played in 8 of the 9 games now for Newark on the year. Pilots are 1-7, looking to end their streak. Lined at the second baseman, 1 hop to Ryan Markey. Markey throws over to first, inning over. So that's 7 batters now retired by the left-handed Nate Grant, but Pilots still lead in this one, 7-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Pilots lead 7-3. So Peng Phi Wang's game is done. 5 innings pitched, 3 runs, just 1 of them earned. The new pitcher to tell you about is Chris Vitale. Vitale, 4 games, 4 1/3, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 Ks. He's been better of late. In his first appearance against Elmira, that's where he allowed all his runs, most of his walks, and a hit. He's been great out of the bullpen in the 7-game losing streak since Elmira. Just about finished his warm-up tosses as we await Connor Rule.
First batter, number 22, Connor Rule.
Vitale pitched against Jamestown on Wednesday night, an inning and a strikeout. Came in relief of Kyle Griffin on Thursday afternoon. Was pulled on the mound once he finished his warm-up pitches because Coach Mayat left him off the lineup card, something that's happened often so far this year with Coach Mayat leaving players off the card. The first pitch misses for ball 1. First pitch was to Connor Rule. Connor Rule's 0 for 2. Second pitch in the inning misses, ball 2. So the Pilots will go to their bullpen here in the 6th. We'll ask them to make the final 12 outs and preserve this 7-3 lead. A bullpen that has struggled through the first 8 games. The 2-0 is fired in for a strike from Chris Vitale. In 8 games, we'll tell you after the 2-1, it's popped up. Graham Hackbarth started back, settles under it. 1 away. So Vitale gets the lead-off man, Connor Rule, to pop up to his second baseman. There's one away. Through the first 8 games, through 37 2/3 innings, the Pilots pitchers have allowed 30 hits and 36 walks, almost 2 runners on base per inning. A good start by Chris Vitale, though, to get the first man to pop up. It's Ryan Markey. Markey ended the inning on a great play up the middle to rob Odekirk of a hit. Here he is now in the 6th. Markey 0 for 1, struck out looking and reached on a walk against Pilots starter Wank. Vitale working quickly. Here's the 0-1. Misses high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, no runners on. Pilots lead 7-3 here in the top of the 6th. Vitale working from the windup. Here's the 1-1. Misses outside. Poe is holding it there. Doesn't get the call. It's ball 2. Christian Deaton waits on deck. He has not had an official at-bat, but he's reached twice with 2 walks. The 2-1 is popped to Guillory, started back, and that'll drop in front of Guillory. So a poor route by the Pilots center fielder, but it'll be a base hit for Ryan Markey.
Coming up to the plate, number 7, Christian Deaton.
So with 1 out, that will bring up Christian Deaton. Deaton walked and scored a run on a base hit in the 3rd, and walked again off of Wong in the 4th. First pitch from the stretch now, fired in for a strike to Christian Deaton. So it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup. Vitale, the lefty pitcher, Deaton, the lefty batter. No official at-bats, but 2 walks for Deaton. Here's the 0-1. Vitale shows off that great deceptive move to first, but Markey back in safely ahead of the 0-1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Ryan Markey, the second baseman for Jamestown, leads off of first. That was Markey's first hit on the summer. Vitale fires in the 0-1. Strike 2. Chris Vitale from Erie Community College in Williamsville, New York, and Cheektowaga, New York. Throws left. He's 6'2", 170 on the mound. Shows off his socks. Left-handed pitcher. He's working from the stretch with a runner on first. Here's the 0-2. And the home plate umpire is going to call a balk. Vitale not happy with the call. He comes up and gets the ball back from Poe. That's Vitale's 2nd balk of the season. That's the 3rd balk we've seen on the season, the 2nd from Vitale. And that will move Ryan Markey up 90 feet. No one warming up in either bullpen. So this will be Vitale's inning. 1 away after a first pitch pop-up from Connor Rule. Ryan Markey then reached on a single on a poor route from DeMarcus Guillory. Markey leads off second. Deaton had to duck ahead of the 1-2 for the first ball.
Emphasizing where that pitch was makes it a 1 ball, 2 strike count.
So the breaking ball missed in, and it'll be 1 ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on second base. Vitale from the stretch steps off. Ryan Markey dancing at second base, being held on by Tyler Odekirk. Odekirk playing just about up the middle with the lefty up at the plate. Everyone else playing about even. Here's the 1-2. Poked back. Vitale dives. Can't get it. Hackbarth over. Makes the play onto Battaglia. Not in time. So a slow developing play. It'll be an infield single. Ryan Markey takes 3rd. And now the Pilots or the Jammers are in business with 2 on and 1 out. So the first hit of the game for Christian Deaton, and that will bring up the number 9 hitter, John Conti. John Conti came up with 2 runners on his last at-bat and had a 2-run single. He'll look to add more runs in the 6th. Top of the 6th, 7-3 Pilots, squares to drag bunt. Home plate umpire says he went around. Strike 1. So a quick strike 1 to John Conti, the number 9 hitter. The middle of 3 straight lefties that Vitale will face in the Jammers lineup. There's 1 out. The last 2 batters have reached via a single. Here's the 0-1 to John Conti. He's 1 for 2. Squares to bunt again. Down the first base line, Vitale flips to Battaglia. Makes the play. So it'll be a sac bunt for John Conti. Ryan Markey comes around to score from third. It's 7-4, and there's 2 away now in the top of the 6th.
Chris Conley.
So what a sacrifice bunt by John Conti almost turned into an infield single. Christian Deaton goes to second, and now for the 4th time tonight, the leadoff hitter, Chris Connolly, steps up to the plate. So Chris Conley with an opportunity to cut this lead to 2. It's 7-4. There's 2 outs. Deaton off second. Conley leaned into a first pitch breaking ball for strike 1. Chris Conti 0 for 3. Conley, the designated hitter, the everyday catcher normally for Jamestown. Here's the 0-1. Taken for strike 2. So 2 straight breaking balls to Chris Conley. Conley tried to lean into both of them. 2 balls, or 2 pitches, 2 strikes. Chris Connolly from the lefty hander's batter's box. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the 0-2. Looked like a similar pitch to the other 2 breaking balls in this at-bat. Poe turns around, wanted the call, won't get it. And it's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Vitale, the pitcher, runner on second. He takes his lead. Odenkirk playing up the middle again with the lefty up. The 1-2 lined down the first base line. It is a foul ball. So what would have been extra bases and an RBI for Chris Connolly, he'll get called back to the batter's box. Vitale gets a break, and it'll be 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs ahead of Chris Connolly. Connolly, the leadoff hitter tonight, batted 3rd in both games last week when the Pilots faced the Jammers at their place. Christian Deaton is on first. He reached via an infield single, then moved to second on a sac bunt from John Conti. Conti drove in the run on the sac bunt. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball swung on, grounded to Battaglia at first. This one's fair. Steps on the bag, makes the play, inning over. So 2 hits, 1 run, no errors, 1 man left on base. Jamestown cuts into Newark's 7-3 lead. It's 7-4. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Pilots still lead here at Colburn Park.
Birmingham.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 6th inning. Newark leads Jamestown 7-4. Jamestown added 1 in the top half of the 6th. New pitcher to tell you about for the Jammers. It's Casey Vincent. Here's the first pitch to Graham Hackbarth, fired inside for ball 1. Hackbarth is 0 for 2 on the day, has flown out to right and left, has also made an error in the field. Home plate umpire tossed a bad ball back to Vincent. He will go out and exchange it.
71 pitches. After giving up
So Casey Vincent, right-handed pitcher from Russell, Pennsylvania, pitches for St. Bonaventure. He's a freshman there. Teammates with starting pitcher tonight for Jamestown, Nate Grant. Grant's night, 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 runs, 5 of them earned. He really settled down after that 6th run first. The 1-0 popped up by Hackbarth. Settles under it is the right fielder, John Conti. And for the 3rd time tonight, Graham Hackbarth pops up, 1 away.
From Taiwan, your catcher, Ho Han.
So that will bring up the number 9 hole hitter, Po Chuan Pan. Po is 2 for 2 with 2 doubles. The catcher for Pang Fei Wang, Po from Taiwan, he drove in 2 runs in the first with a 2-out double in the 6th-run inning. First pitch breaking ball in from Casey Vincent for strike 1. So righty-righty matchup. Casey Vincent working from the windup with his long flow. Fastball fouled back by Po. Quickly 0-2. To the Pilots' backstop. Po stepped in quickly. Steps out now. And the umpire gives ready for play. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Laid off by Po. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good block by Connor Rule. No runners on, so if it gets away, wouldn't have mattered. Casey Vincent working quickly from the windup. Here is the 1-2, 1 out to Po. Po's 2 for 2. Swings through a fastball. Strike 3.
Now coming to the plate for the
So
Pilots.
for the first time tonight, Po is retired. And that now marks 10 straight batters retired for Newark. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, DeMarcus Guillory. Guillory doubled and scored a run in a first and has grounded out to the second baseman in his next 2 at-bats. He steps up with 2 outs and fouls a first pitch fastball back for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Lefty DeMarcus Guillory is the batter. It's his first at-bat against a right-handed pitcher tonight. The starting pitcher for the Jammers was a lefty, Nate Grant. First are the 0-1 misses. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Slow pitch to Guillory. Lays off in the dirt. It's 2-1. Swung on and missed the 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Casey Vincent retired the first 2 batters and now has a 2-2 count on DeMarcus Guillory. Guillory asked for time, granted by Rick Elrod, ahead of the 2-2. So a pop-up to the right fielder and a strikeout swinging to Po to retire the first 2 batters. Here is the 2-2 from Vincent. Swung on and missed by Guillory. Strike 3. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Newark Pilots in the 6th. We head to the 7th inning. Pilots lead 7-4. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning now here in Colburn Park, Newark, New York. Chris Vitale is still the pitcher for the Newark Pilots. After 6 in the bottom of the first and 1 in the bottom of the second, it's been all Jammers since. A run in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th has cut the 7-0 lead down to 7-4. Vitale on for a 2nd inning of work, 1 run on 2 hits in the top of the 6th. The first batter will be Ben Brookover here in the 7th.
good stuff. Nice
Brookover comes in 3 for 3 with 3 singles, an RBI, and a caught stealing. He'll face Vitale for the first time tonight. Here he is from the windup. Fastball misses. Ball 1. One pitcher warming up in the Pilots' pen. Looks to be Jordan Miller down there. The 1-0 inside. Strike 1. So 2 singles and a sacrifice bunt led to the run that was 2 singles, a sacrifice bunt, and a balk. Can't leave that one out. Led to the run off Vitale in the inning. This one's hit into the gap. Guillory over, will not make the play. Cuts it off. Boots it a little bit, but not before Brookover is into second for his 4th hit of the night. It'll be a double for Brookover. And the leadoff man is on in scoring position here in the inning. Now the Pilots will get another man warming. This time it's Zach Mann. So 2 righties warming up in the pen. So a leadoff double here for Ben Brookover. And the Jammers are in business here in the inning. And the perfect guy up for Jamestown is Chris Estrada. Estrada's 0 for 3 with 3 pop-ups, but he has 10 RBIs, which is second in the league. First pitch line back to Vitale for the out. A great job defending his position is Chris Vitale. Fired over to Hackbarth at second, but Brookover was not far off of second base. He's back in safely. There's one away. So a quick out to the Jammers leadoff RBI guy, and that'll bring up Skylar Valentine. Valentine 0 for 3, reached on a fielder's choice and an error, has a run scored in this one.
Skylar reached on an error and came around to score.
First pitch from Vitale, breaking ball popped up. John Ballier started back, comes in, settles under it, and there's 2 away. So after a leadoff double by Ben Brookover, the next 2 pitches came for outs to Chris Estrada and Skylar Valentine, and there's 2 away.
O'Donnell.
So as quickly as those relievers started, they both sit down after 2 straight outs recorded by Vitale. It's 7-4 here in the top of the 7th inning. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Jammers. 7 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for Newark. This would be a great game for Newark to end their 7-game losing streak against the #1 team in their division. Jamestown 7-2, 5.5 games ahead of Newark. First pitch breaking ball misses high to Alex O'Donnell. Ball 1. So Alex O'Donnell comes in to this at-bat 0 for 3, struck out against Wong in the second. 1-0 breaking ball fired in by Vitale. It's strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Ben Brookover, who hit a leadoff double, stands off of second. Brookover not being held on by either Hackbarth or Odekirk up the middle. Vitale fires in 1-1 low. It's ball 2. Before Vitale fired that in his delivery, looked back at the runner at Brookover. You got to be careful. You don't want to get another balk if you're Vitale and move that runner up 90 feet. The 2-1 is popped back out of play. It's 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The hitter is Alex O'Donnell. He's their shortstop. He's 0 for 3. The junior from Mercyhurst. This is his 9th game. 7 for 35. So that average is threatening to dip below the Mendoza line. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Vitale. Fastball popped up. McKenna deep back towards the wall. Will make the play as he hits up against the wall. Inning over. Vitale is amped up. Leadoff double retired after 3 straight outs. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Newark leads 7-4.
Now I need all the fans and
Bottom of the 7th inning here at Colburn Park. Newark leads 7-4. Those 7 runs came all the way back in the first 2 innings of this one. Chris Vitale, after a leadoff double in the top half of the 7th, got the next 3 batters all retired to fly out to the outfield and a line drive back to himself at the inning. So that'll bring up Mark McKenna. McKenna 1 for 3 with a run. Has led off in the 2nd, grounded out to second base. Led off in the 4th, grounded out to second base. Here he is in the 7th against Vincent, still on the mound for Jamestown. McKenna swings through strike 1. So McKenna, the lefty from Canisius. Here's the 0-1. Low, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Mark McKenna. 9:26 here on the East Coast. Breaking ball misses. Casey Vincent wanted that, doesn't get it. It's 2-1. Mark McKenna up, swings through the 2-1. It's strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out to the leadoff hitter in the 7th inning, Mark McKenna. McKenna from Grand Island, New York, left-handed hitter against the righty Casey Vincent on in his 2nd relief of work. Swings through strike 3. So that's 3 straight strikeouts swinging for Casey Vincent.
John Ballier from Mission Viejo.
And that'll bring up John Ballier. 11 straight batters retired by Jamestown Jammers pitchers. Here's the first pitch to Ballier. Missed in the dirt. Ball 1. Final numbers on Nate Grant, the left-handed starter for Jamestown. 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 runs, 5 of those earned, 2 walks, and a K. The 1-0 to John Ballier swung on and missed. It's 1-1. John Ballier has flown out twice and walked all the way back in the 6-run first inning. Takes the 1-1 outside for ball 2. Ballier made a great play in left field in all the way back in the 4th to rob a hit. Misses outside. It's ball 3. Casey Vincent working quickly from the windup. John Ballier, the leading hits man for Newark, is in the box. Pops up a 3-1 out of play. John Ballier from Orange Coast Community College in Costa Mesa. 5'10", 185. It's a lefty-righty matchup. Ballier, the lefty left fielder. Here's the 3-2. Swung on, fouled back. And we'll do it again. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out to John Ballier. 11 straight hitters retired for the Pilots. Here's the 3-2. Breaking ball. Ballier pops it back, stays alive. And we'll have the payoff pitch again. The 8th pitch of the at-bat is coming to John Ballier. Casey Vincent on the mound has retired all 4 batters he's faced, 3 straight strikeouts for the Jammer righty. Fastball grounded up the middle past the glove of Alex O'Donnell. It is a base hit for John Ballier. That stops a string of 3 straight strikeouts and 11 straight Pilots batters retired. John Ballier is on with a single here with 1 out in the 7th. That'll bring up Peter Battaglia. Battaglia, big hit in the first inning with a bases clearing triple. Grounded into an infield single and moved to second on an error, scored his 2nd run in the 2nd, and then bunted back to the pitcher Grant. He's 2 for 3. 2 for 3, 3 RBIs, 2 runs. He's having the big day for Newark. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Ballier leads off first. Here's the pitch, 1-1. Casey Vincent throwing very hard here out of the pen for Jamestown. Battaglia squared that one up, but it was foul. John Ballier takes his lead off of first. He's being held on by Ben Brookover. Ballier ended a strand of 11 straight Pilots batters retired. The 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, missed outside. Good block in the dirt by Connor Rule. Ballier could not go anywhere. It's 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. 7-4 Pilots lead here at Colburn Park. 7 runs on 8 hits for Newark. The 2-1 misses outside. It's 3-1. So Casey Vincent is experiencing the strike zone that Peng Fei Wong and Chris Vitale have gotten from home plate umpire Rick Elrod. It seems to have shrunk over the last few innings. And the 3-1 is a called strike 2. That Battaglia had tossed his bat towards the first base dugout, but he was called back by Rick Elrod. It'll be a full count. So Ballier leads off first. Let's see if he's going. Here is the payoff pitch from Casey Vincent. Vincent throws over. Ballier is out. Picked off by Casey Vincent. And there's 2 away. So a very quick move by Casey Vincent. Quickly retires John Ballier. He's picked off. So now the payoff to Battaglia. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here it is. Popped up. Second baseman Alex O'Donnell settles under it. Inning over. So after a 1-out single by John Ballier, he's retired via a pickoff. No errors, and because of the pickoff, no runners left on base. We head to the top of the 8th. It'll be a new pitcher to tell you about for the Pilots when we get back.
Newark Pilots. '22. Connor.
Welcome back.
Rule.
Top of the 8th inning. Newark Pilots lead 7-4. New pitcher to tell you about for the Pilots. It'll be 6'4" right-hander Zach Mann. Mann from Saginaw Valley State University, a Division II school in Michigan. His 5th relief appearance for the Newark Pilots. 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, and a 3 ERA. He is coming in relief of Chris Vitale. There was a scorecard issue. The wrong number was on for Zach Mann. But Connor Rule steps in. He's 0 for 3. Here's the first pitch from Zach Mann. Hard throwing right-hander. Misses. Ball 1. Here's the 1-0 now to Connor Rule. The backstop swings and misses. Strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. Zach Mann, the first batter he's facing, it's Connor Rule. Rule, freshman from Kansas State. Struck out looking, grounded out, and popped out both 2 hack bars. The 1-1 misses. It's 2-1.
Both of those were earned. Opponents averaging 240 with Zach Mann on the hill.
Here's the 2-1 in for strike 2. So the final numbers on Chris Vitale. 2 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run, No walks, no Ks. It's 7-4 Newark. 7 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Pilots. Here's the 2-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. So the fourth batter retired in a row. A leadoff strikeout for Zach Mann. There's one away here in the 8th inning. It's 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Jammers. That'll bring up Ryan Markey. Markey struck out looking in the 3rd, has walked and singled, and scored 2 runs since. He's 1 for 2. Here is the first pitch from Zach Mann. Fastball inside. Poe tried to bring it back. Ball 1. Zach Mann working from the windup. Here is the 1-0. Fastball fouled back. It's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Infield playing straight up, and so is the outfield. Here's the 1-1. Fastball in, strike 2. Markey had stepped back, flinched at the fastball. It's a called strike from Zach Mann. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Breaking ball popped up. Odekirk goes back, now settles under it, and makes the play. 2 away. So 2 quick outs by Zach Mann. And they're an out away from getting out of this inning. After 7 runs in the first 2 innings off of starter Nate Grant, Pilots have not gotten any runs since. It's been 1 run in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th for the Jammers. It's 7-4, and now it's Christian Deaton. Deaton first pitch fastball misses. Ball 1. Christian Deaton is reached base all 3 times. He's walked twice and reached on an infield single. He's 1 for 1. The 1-0 misses. It's 2-0. So 2 balls, no strikes. And after retiring the first 2 batters quickly, Zach Mann is behind to the 8-hole hitter, the left fielder, Christian Deaton. Deaton also made an error way back in the 1st inning. The 2-0 misses. It's ball 3. So Zach Mann in danger of a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs. Christian Deaton, the lefty, against Zach Mann, the right-handed pitcher. Deaton steps out. The Pilots dugout asking if that hit the bat of Christian Deaton. Home plate umpire Rick Elrod says it did not. Here is the 3-0. Zach Mann, strike. Strike 1 fired in. It's 3-1. So Christian Deaton taking all the way for the Jammers. It'll be 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Zach Mann. Fastball misses in. It's ball 4. So a 2-out walk to the 8-hole hitter, Christian Deaton. And the Jammers have a runner on. The batter now will be John Conti. Conti, the lefty, has 3 of the 4 Jamestown RBIs, a 2-out, 2 RBI single in the 4th, and a sacrifice punt that scored a run in the 6th. He's also struck out. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Runner takes his lead off of first. Here's the pitch from Zach Mann working out of the stretch. Misses outside. It's ball 1. So 5 of the last 6 pitches from Mann have missed the zone. He is now working from the stretch here in the top of the 8th. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Christian Deaton leads off of first. Pilots lead 7-4. Here's the pitch from Zach Mann taking his time. Fires in the 1-0. Cut on, fouled back. It's 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to the number 9-hole hitter, John Conti. Conti, number 6, the right fielder from Canisius. His 8th game for the Jammers. He wears number 6 against the righty Zach Mann, who wears number 30. Battaglia holding on Deaton. Here's the 1-1. Misses high. It's 2-1. Christian Deaton takes his lead off of first. Christian Deaton's 2-out walk ended a strand of 5 straight Jammers batters retired over 2 relievers. The 2-1 misses low. 3-1. So the second straight 3-1 count for Zach Mann, in danger of walking 2 with 2 outs. So here is the 3-1 from Zach Mann to the jammer right fielder. 3-1 misses high. It's ball 4. So Christian Deaton will move up 90 feet to second base, and after retiring the first 2 batters quickly,
Now up for the Jammers, number
there's 2 runners on.
17, Chris
So pitching coach Bennett Schultz will go out to talk to Zach Mann. 2 runners on. Chris Conti is the batter. Bennett Schultz will go over and talk to Zach Mann. Looks like he's going to adjust the mound for him to talk about. We'll see if Bennett Schultz decides to go out to the mound or decides to go to his bullpen. He has 2 guys throwing. It appears one is warm.
And now he makes the call.
So he makes the call over to the bullpen, pulls the ball from Zach Mann, and we will have a new pitcher here in the 8th. It appears it will be Jake Bernardo. We'll be right back. So the new pitcher to tell you about here in the top of the 8th inning for the Newark Pilots, it's number 17, Jake Bernardo. Bernardo in on relief of Zach Mann. Zach Mann retired the first 2 batters of the inning on a strikeout and a pop-up to Oedeker, but then walked the next 2 batters. And that will bring in Bernardo. So pitching coach Bennett Schultz forced to play a card. Pilots have lost 7 in a row. They've given up the last 4 runs here after taking over a 7-0 lead. And when you've lost 7 in a row this early in the year, you want to go to your best reliever, your closer, for as long as he needs to. So here he is. He'll be asked to get the final 4 outs of the game. Home plate umpire goes out to talk to him. He'll ask Bernardo to take his wristband off of his wrist. He'll put it in his back pocket. His 5th appearance for Jake Bernardo, 4 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned, 7 walks, 3 Ks, but has the save in the only Pilots win all the way back on June 1st. That win also here at Colburn Park against Oneonta. The batter will be Chris Connolly. Connolly 0 for 4 on the day, but if you're Jake Bernardo, you do not want to unleash the beast. Connolly, the reigning player of the week in the Perfect Game League, is in the top 5 of just about every big category in the league. Connolly, the left-handed batter, takes high. It's ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes, 2 runners on base. It's 7-4. There's 2 outs. Bernardo, the right-handed pitcher from Glenmont, New York, and Fordham, fires in the 1-0, and it's popped up. Ballier in, Oedeker back. It will be Oedeker, goes to the backhand, makes the play in short left. So after 2 2-out walks, Jake Bernardo comes out to the pen and strands them at first and second. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 men left on base. It'll be Parker, Huddleston, and Oedeker when we get back in the bottom of the 8th. Welcome back, Colburn Park. Bottom of the 8th inning, Newark leads 7-4. They're 3 outs in the field away from ending their 7-game losing streak. They're 1-7 and stopping a 4-game winning streak for Jamestown. The new pitcher to tell you about for Jamestown, it's Isaac Meza, relieving Casey Vincent. Vincent, 2 innings pitched, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. 3 strikeouts came all in a row over 2 innings. And the new pitcher to tell you about is Isaac Meza. Meza from Valencia, California. He's 6'3", 235, a freshman at CSU Bakersfield. We saw Vincent on Wednesday night at Jamestown, or we saw Meza, Wednesday night at Jamestown. 1 inning, 1 hit, and a strikeout. First pitch taken by Jonathan Parker for strike 1. Jonathan Parker, he's 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI single all the way back in the 2nd inning. Grounded under the glove of Estrada. John Parker reaches on the error, and the Pilots have their first man on in the inning. So Chris Estrada, who had been so sure-handed at third in the first 2+ games we've seen him against Jamestown, makes an error here to start off the 8th inning. Pilots will look to add a run here now for Jake Bernardo. Any lead that they could give their relievers would be great. So Tanner Huddleston digs in now after the error by Estrada. Looks down at third base coach John Mayotte. Squares to bunt, misses. Squares to bunt, pulls it back. Pitch in for fastball. Strike 1. So Huddleston looks back down at third. John Parker takes his lead off of first. He's being held on by Ben Brookover. It's a righty-righty matchup. Isaac Meza is the pitcher. We'll see Jamestown again here Thursday night. Huddleston squares to bunt, but Connor Rule asks for time, and he'll go out and talk to Isaac Meza. So Connor Rule goes out to talk. Jonathan Parker is standing on first. He reached on an E5 by the third baseman Chris Estrada. It's 4 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. 7 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Newark. Estrada is about 5 feet in, anticipating the bunt. He runs in now. Huddleston squares, pulls it back. Parker got a little off. It'll be an error on Connor Rule as he throws the ball into right field. John Parker moves up to second base. He is safe. So 2 errors to the first 2 batters here in the inning, and the Pilots now have a man in scoring position with nobody out. So let's see now with a 1-1 count if Tanner Huddleston is asked to bunt again. So leadoff man is up to second base. Parker reached on an error by the third baseman, then moved to second on an error by the catcher as he was trying to throw behind Parker. Meza squares to throw, then spins around at Parker. Not called a balk. Meza working from the stretch. The batter's Huddleston, 1-1. Huddleston not bunting this time, takes in. It's 2-1. So the bunt sign off now from John Mayotte. Estrada moves back. He's about even with the bag at third. Pilots have not scored a run since the bottom of the 2nd inning. The last 4 runs have been scored by Jamestown. The 2-1 is popped up. Right fielder Conti over, makes the play or misses in foul territory. So Conti cannot come up with the play. It'll be an error on John Conti out there in right. Although by not making the play in right, John Parker is unable to move up 90 feet. So it'll be the 5th error of the game for Jamestown, the 3rd error here in the game, or the 3rd error here in the inning.
7-2 for the Pilots. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The batter is Tanner Huddleston. It's 2-2 count. Huddleston 0 for 3, reached on an error and scored a run, has an RBI in the game. He 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. So Jonathan Parker will have to stay put at second base, and that will bring up Tyler Odekirk. Odekirk, the shortstop in the Newark Pilots lineup, made the last play to end the 8th inning. Odekirk has walked, scored a run in the first, and retired in his next 2 at-bats. Parker leads off second. First pitch fastball to Odekirk, swung through. Strike one. So Parker stands on second. He got there on an E5 and then an E2. 0-1. Odekirk squares the bunt, gets it down. And Parker will move up. And it'll be a base hit for Tyler Odekirk. Odekirk, who appeared to be bunting with a hit, beats it out, and he stands on first base. It was a high throw from Connor Rule, but it was not going to beat the speed of Tyler Odekirk. It's his first hit of the game. So that will bring up Graham Hackbarth. That's the 9th hit of the night for the Pilots, and Hackbarth looks down at Coach John Mayotte. It's Parker on third, Tyler Odekirk on first, Odekirk being held on by Ben Brookover. And now Isaac Meza will get a visit from his pitching coach. The entire infield will join at the mound. So 2 runners on here with 1 out. The out was a strikeout to Tanner Huddleston in between Parker and Tyler Odekirk reaching base. So the Pilots looking to punch in a run here in the bottom of the 8th, something they have not done since all the way back in the 2nd. They got 6 of their 7 in a long first and added another one in the 2nd. 3 RBIs for Battaglia, 1 apiece for Parker and Huddleston, and 2 for Po Chuan Pan, who stands on deck. But right now it'd be Graham Hackbarth. Hackbarth 0 for 3, 3 for 16 in 5 games. He's playing second base. He's flown out to the right fielder twice and to the left fielder in between those 2. He looks down at Coach John Mayotte, who hands the signs. Let's see if they have Odekirk going, see if they have a hit and run on here, maybe a double steal. We saw the double steal last night when a runner took off at second base, which allowed Odekirk to score from third on the play. Odekirk takes his lead off first, not going. Taken high by Graham Hackbarth. It's ball 1. Hackbarth looks down at Mayotte, steps out. Odekirk, 2 stolen bases, has not been caught for the Pilots this season. It's a 1-0 count to Graham Hackbarth. Meza fakes to third, does not throw to first. Not called a balk. And Odekirk and Parker back in safely. Parker off third, Odekirk off first. Odekirk's being held down by Brookover. The 1-0 is popped up at a play by Graham Hackbarth, 1-2. The third baseman for the Jammers, Chris Estrada, playing even with the bag. Middle infield in double play depth. There's 1 out and 2 runners on here in the bottom of the 8th. Jamestown has made 3 errors so far this inning. Hackbarth, who drove in 30 RBIs for Pearl River this year, is looking to add an RBI here. Swings through the 1-1. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hackbarth has not driven in a run this year for the Pilots. Odekirk going, poked up the middle by Hackbarth. It'll be a base hit. So an RBI single by Graham Hackbarth and an error by the center fielder. That ball will get to the wall. Odekirk comes around to score from third. Hackbarth being waved around to score. It'll be a little league. Oh, play at the plate. He is tagged out on the head. So Hackbarth going for the Little League home run, makes it all the way to the plate. But a great relay gets him at the plate, but not before 2 runs come around to score. It's an RBI single for Graham Hackbarth. 2 outs. Pilots lead 9-4. So a 5-run lead now for Newark. 1 RBI on the play for Hackbarth as Parker came around to score from third. Odekirk came around to score on the error by the center fielder, Skylar Valentine. The 4th error in the inning for Jamestown and the 6th on the night for the Jammers. So 2 runs here now in the inning. Po Chuan Pan comes up to the plate. Poe Chuan Pan at the plate. He's 2 for 3 with 2 doubles in the game. Back up the middle. Diving play by Markey. He gets to his feet, bobbled it. No play at first. So Poe Chuan Pan reaches with 2 outs. And let's see how they score that. It'll be an error on Ryan Markey, the 5th error on the inning for Jamestown, the 7th error on the night. So 5 errors here in the inning for Jamestown, and the lineup will flip. It's DeMarcus Guillory. Guillory swings through, strike 1. So 2 runs on 2 hits, 5 errors for Jamestown, and the Pilots are winning 9-4. Bottom of the 8th inning, 2 outs, looking to end their 7-game losing streak. Here's the 1-0-1 to Guillory. Pokes it into left field, goes the other way. It'll be a base hit. Poe advances 90 feet to second, and it's a 2-out single for Guillory. His second hit of the game. He's 2 for 5.
Pilots, number 33, Mark.
So that'll bring up Mark McKenna. Still no one warming up in the Jamestown pen. This inning will be Mez's. McKenna, 1 for 3, has struck out and grounded out twice. Or 1 for 4, sorry. Singled all the way back in the first and scored a run. Runners on second and first. The first pitch to McKenna misses outside. It's ball 1.
And it's taken by Mark McKenna. Ball 1.
So a single up the middle by Hackbarth scored 1 run. Then an error by the center fielder, Skylar Valentine, that allowed the ball to get all the way to the wall. Allowed Tyler Odekirk to score. Graham Hackbarth tried for the inside the park Little League home run, but was thrown out on the plate. But the next 2 batters have reached. McKenna, ground ball to the first baseman, Brookover. He's back. Will beat McKenna to the bag. Inning over. But not before Newark adds 2. 2 runs, 3 hits, 5 Jamestown errors, 2 runners left on base. We head to the 9th inning. Newark Pilots are 3 outs away from ending their 7-game losing streak. We'll be right back. Jake Bernardo still on the mound for the Newark Pilots. Bernardo, the 6'4", 200-pound right-hander from Fordham University, a Division I school in the Bronx. He will work here. 2 runs were added on. He's looking to pick up his 2nd save in as many chances for Newark. First pitch inside to Ben Brookover. Ball 1. Brookover 4 for 4, an RBI single in the 3rd, and a double his last time up in the 7th. He's got 3 singles, and he's been caught stealing once. Here's the 1-0 from Bernardo. Fastball popped back. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Newark padded their lead, added 2 in the bottom of the 8th. Their run totals up to 9. 9 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for them. 4 runs, 7 hits, 7 errors for the Jamestown Jammers. They made 5 in the bottom half of the 8th. Fastball just missed. Poe trying to hold that one back. It's low, and it's 2-1. So Bernardo would love to retire the leadoff hitter Brookover, a man who has not been retired yet. Brookover, a junior from UTSA. Pops up the 2-1. It's 2-2. It'll be Brookover, Estrada, Valentine. Estrada and Valentine both made errors in that half inning. All three batters that Bernardo will face this inning from the University of Texas at San Antonio. So 3 Jammers teammates, 3 UTSA teammates will take their swings off Bernardo. Here's the 2-2, no one out in the dirt, bounced to the net, and it's a full count. So a full count to the leadoff hitter Brookover here in the ninth. Pilots will be in Geneva tomorrow night. They're 0-2 against the Red Wings. The Red Wings are tied with Jamestown at first in the Western Division, and then they'll be back here Thursday night against Jamestown. Again, it's a full count from Jake Bernardo. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the payoff to Brookover. Lined over the head of Tyler Odekirk. Ballier cuts it off. It'll be a lead-off single for Ben Brookover. He's 5 for 5 on the night. So final numbers on Isaac Meza for Jamestown. 1 inning, 3 hits, 2 runs, neither earned, and a strikeout. The batter will be Chris Estrada. Estrada made an error in the last inning.
Maybe would like to atone for the error he was charged for.
Here is the first pitch from Bernardo. Fastball outside corner. Great frame job by Po Chuan Pan. Strike 1. Bernardo, the big right-hander for the Pilots, has those long Jacob deGrom-like locks. 9-4, 0-1. Ducked down is Estrada, and it's 1-1. Then Brookover takes his lead off of first base. He's being held on by Pilots first baseman Peter Battaglia. Pilots 3 outs away here in the 9th inning from ending their 7-game losing streak. They're 1-7 on this young campaign. It's the 1-1 count. Here it is to Chris Estrada. Fastball misses. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now to Chris Estrada. Estrada 0 for 4 on the day. So like Chris Connolly, the 2 of the better hitters in the league, they're combined 0 for 9. Here's the 2-1. Grounded to Odekirk. Odekirk over to Hackbarth. Hackbarth, no return throw to first. So the lead runner is retired. Chris Estrada reaches base on the fielder's choice, and there's 1 away.
Number 2, Skylar Valentine.
So Odekirk, who was starting towards second base on the play, goes to his right and flips over to Hackbarth for the first out. Hackbarth did not fire a return throw to Battaglia at first. No chance at getting Estrada. So Estrada takes over at first base for Brookover. He's being held on by Battaglia, and the batter is Skylar Valentine. Skylar Valentine takes in for strike 1. Valentine made the big error in the bottom half of the 8th on a Graham Hackbarth's routine single back up the middle. It got under the glove of Valentine. Odekirk came around to score. Then Hackbarth tried to come around to score. He was eventually thrown out on the plate by a great relay by the Jammers. But it did get 2 runs in, and it did extend the 7-4 lead to 5 runs. It's 9-4, 1-1 count, 1 out. It's the cleanup hitter Skylar Valentine with Chris Estrada leading off first. 2 outs away from a win. Fastball taken, low and outside. It's ball 2. Bernardo looking to pick up his 2nd save of the summer. Save the win for Pang Fu Wong would be his first. The loss would go to Nate Grant. Grant 7 runs, 5 earned over 5 innings of work. The 3-1 in the dirt, it'll be ball 4. So a 1-out walk to Skylar Valentine. And there's 2 runners up. So 1 out. Estrada moves up to second. He reached on a fielder's choice. Skylar Valentine on first. He was just walked by Jake Bernardo. There's 1 out. The batter is Alex O'Donnell, the shortstop. He's 0 for 4. Made the play to throw out Graham Hackbarth at home in the bottom of the 8th. Takes the first pitch from Bernardo inside. It's ball 1. So 2 runners on. The pitcher's Jake Bernardo. Batter Alex O'Donnell, the Jammer shortstop. Takes a fastball in. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Jordan Miller now beginning to throw in the bullpen. Ground ball up the middle. Odekirk bobbles it. It'll be, oh, what a play by Tyler Odekirk. Bottled it. That ball was going into center field. He flipped it back with his glove. Hackbarth covering, makes the play at second, and there's 2 away.
You gotta give.
So they call him safe. It appeared the umpire made the gesture. It'll be an Odekirk error. The 3rd error for the Pilots. Schultz goes out to the pen, or out to the mound, for a meeting with Poe and Bernardo. The bases are loaded. Odekirk almost made a great play to at least get an out. Couldn't make it though. And the bases are loaded. So bases loaded, 1 out. It'll be Connor Rule. A routine ground ball that Odekirk probably could have just taken himself and thrown on to first. He bobbles it. That's Odekirk's 6th error on the summer. Bases loaded. Here's the first pitch. Inside. Ball 1. This is a batter you really need to retire if you're Jake Bernardo. With the tying run, Ryan Markey standing on deck. Pilots with a 5-run lead here in the top of the 9th. It's a 1-0 count to Connor Rule. 2-0 count. Connor Rule, 0 for 4. He struck out twice, and the other 2 outs were made by Graham Hackbarth. A ground out and a pop-up. 2-0 to Connor Rule from Jake Bernardo in strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Chris Estrada, Skylar Valentine, and Alex O'Donnell all lead. Neither reached base via a hit. There is 1 hit in the inning, however. Rule steps out. Odekirk goes to talk to Bernardo ahead of the 3-1. So Jordan Miller beginning to throw harder in the Newark pen. The batter will be Connor Rule. Rule 1 pitch away from walking in a run. Here it is. Takes. It's ball 4, and the tying run will come to the plate against Jake Bernardo. And now Bennett Schultz, looking down at the bullpen, squats in front of the Pilots dugout to decide. He's telling Jordan Miller to hurry it up in the pen.
At the plate, number 20, Ryan Markey.
So that'll bring up the second baseman, Ryan Markey. After an RBI walk by Connor Rule. Here's the first pitch. Markey misses low, and Jake Bernardo is struggling to find the strike zone here. 1 ball, no strike, 1 out. Ryan Markey is 1 for 3, singled, walked, and has 2 runs. The second baseman for the Jammers. Here's the 1-0. Misses low. Ball 2. So the bases are loaded. It's Connor Rule, Alex O'Donnell, Skylar Valentine. Nowhere to put Ryan Markey. Markey, the 6th batter of the inning. Christian Deaton, who has not been retired yet, waits on deck. The 2-0 misses. It's 3-0. So Bernardo in danger of walking another run here in the 9th. Bernardo struggling to find the zone makes those 2 runs Newark got in the top half or the bottom half of the 8th so much more important. What would have been a 3-run lead expanded to a 5-run lead. They now have a 4-run lead. The 3-0, fastball taken down the middle. Ryan Markey taking all the way on 3-0. It's 3-1. Ryan Markey, number 20, the redshirt freshman from St. John's. 1 for 3. Here's the pitch. Taking again, it's 3-2. So 3 hard fastballs from Jake Bernardo, and he has worked this count back full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1 run here already in the inning. Off Bernardo. Swung on and missed on an outside pitch, strike 3. The Pilots are 1 out away from winning this game. So a strikeout of Ryan Markey. The runners will have to stay put on the bases. The bases are loaded. Odekirk goes in to talk to Bernardo again. And pitching coach Bennett Schultz will go out to talk to Jake Bernardo. It appears he may be injured. It's the second pitching visit to the mound this inning. But it's not considered a visit due to an injury by Bernardo. We'll see if he's all right to get the final out of this ninth inning. Odekirk will hand Bernardo back the ball. Bennett Schultz will go back to his dugout. Jordan Miller still throwing in the pen in case Bernardo cannot go anymore. 1 run in on a bases-loaded walk to Connor Rule. The next batter, Ryan Markey, was then retired on a strikeout swinging. Bases still loaded, 2 outs. The batter is Christian Deaton. Deaton is only 1 official at bat. He has 3 walks, an infield single, and he scored a run. Here's the first pitch to the lefty, the first of potentially 3 straight lefties for the Jammers. Taken high outside, ball 1. 9-5, top of the 9th inning. 1 hit, 1 run, and the bases are loaded here for Jamestown. Deaton takes strike 1. So a 1-1 count now from Jake Bernardo. 1 run here in the inning. Miller throwing to Aloka in the Pilots' pen. Here's the 1-1. This is up and away. Ball 2. Ho Chuan, still the catcher for the Pilots. Everyone playing about straight up. Odekirk playing almost up the middle. Here's the 2-1, 2 outs. Misses high. Ball 3. So it'll be a 3-1 count to Christian Deaton. The 4th 3-ball count to Deaton tonight. 3 balls, 1 strike. And Bernardo in danger of walking in another run here in the 9th. 3-2, fastball taken outside. It's ball 4. So that'll walk in another run. And it's 9-6.
Now up, the Jamestown Jammers, number 6, John Conti.
So it'll be an RBI walk for Christian Deaton. It's Deaton's 4th walk of the game. That'll bring up the number 9 hole hitter, John Conti. Conti represents the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 9th. The tying run now at first. Bernardo working from the stretch. Bases loaded. Here's the first pitch to Conti, taken strike 1. John Conti drove in 2 on an 2 RBI single in the 4th, and he had a sacrifice bunt that led to a run in the 6th. Takes a fastball, ball 1. So Conti's 1 for 2. Bernardo reached back for a little bit extra on the 1-0. It's 1-1. Breaking ball high, ball 2. 3 walks in the inning, an error by Odekirk, and a single is where we are. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-1. 2-1 is fouled back, third baseline out of play, and the Pilots are a strike away from ending this one. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners here in the inning. The bases are loaded, and it's going to be a 2-2 to the lefty, John Conti. Here's the pitch from Bernardo, fastball. Conti stays alive, and we'll do it again. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs in, bases loaded. Here's the 2-2 from Bernardo. Taken high, ball 3. Pilots fans cringed a little bit after that no call. They wanted a strikeout called. Chris Connolly, the 9-number leadoff hitter, waits on deck. Runners go. 3-2 taken high, ball 4. And the leadoff run is on first. And that's going to look to be the end of the night for Jake Bernardo, as pitching coach Bennett Schultz will go out to talk and pull Bernardo. It'll be Jordan Miller, the right-handed pitcher, when we get back. 3 runs in for Jamestown in this inning.
plate for the Jammers.
So we're back here, top of the ninth inning. Those 2 runs that Newark got in the bottom of the 8th are so much more important now. 3 runs in for Jamestown. It's 9-7. And now the most dangerous hitter in the Perfect Game League to this date, Chris Connolly, steps up to plate. The Pilots have tamed the beast so far. Connolly is 0 for 5, but up now for the 6th time with the bases loaded. First pitch from new pitcher Jordan Miller, misses, ball 1. So an adventurous 9th inning. The go-ahead run is standing on first base. The bases are juiced. It's a 1-0 count to Chris Connolly, who's 0 for 5. Connolly, 7 RBIs. He's 8th in the league. Some of his other accolades: 3rd in batting average, 1st in walks, 3rd in hit by pitches. He's the reigning player of the week. He plays for Canisius. He's a left-handed hitter, the 3rd in a row for Jamestown. He's the leadoff hitter tonight. The 2 other times we saw him, he was batting 3rd. He's the designated hitter. The 1-0 to Jordan Miller, fouled back. It's 1-1. So Jordan Miller from New Iberia has been great of late since struggling in relief on Elmira. It's his 5th appearance, 5 2/3, 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned, 6 walks, 4 Ks. He'll be asked to get the final out of this one, but a ball in the gap could be trouble. The 1-1 taken high. It's ball 2. So Jake Bernardo, 1 innings pitched, 1 hit, 4 walks, a strikeout, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, and all 3 runners on base are his responsibility. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball, good eye by Chris Connolly. It's 3-1. It's 7-9. 9-7 Pilots lead. 3 balls, 1 out, 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Batters Chris Connolly. Lefty-righty matchup. Odenkirk playing up the middle. Hackbarth in the hole. 3-1, fouled back. It's 3-2. So that'll jumpstart the carousel around the Jammers' bases. They have them loaded. Chris Connolly. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the go-ahead run will be running from first. There they go. 3-2, popped up. Poe goes back, runs out of room, and the payoff pitch from Jordan Miller will happen again. Chris Connolly, 0 for 5, but should not be taken lightly. One of the most dangerous hitters in the league has a chance to put Jamestown on top here in the inning. Top of the 9th, Newark a pitch away from ending their 7-game losing streak. Here's the payoff pitch to Connolly, and it hits him. May have caught a break, because that ball would have gotten away from Poe. With the runners running, could have been trouble. So that's 4 runs in now in the inning. No one warming up in the Pilots' pen. The go-ahead run is standing on second base. So it'll be an RBI for Chris Connolly. Connor Rule comes around to score, and the bases still loaded, making those 2 runs we got in the bottom of the 8th look incredible. So we were helped by 5 Jamestown errors, and we're helping Jamestown out with an error, 4 walks, and then a hit by pitch. Here's the first pitch, breaking ball from Jordan Miller, misses, ball 1. Ben Brookover, he singled to start the inning. He's the 10th batter of the inning. 1-run lead for Newark. Here's the 1-0 in the dirt, blocked by Poe. It's 2-0. So now they're 2 balls away from tying this one up in the 9th. 4 runs here so far. 4 runs after Newark got 2 in the bottom of the 8th. So like I said earlier, struggling in the shutdown inning, it's shown here. Here's the 2-0 for Miller in the dirt, 3-0. So now Newark Pilots pitchers are in danger of walking the tying run here in the 9th. It will be the 5th run of the inning. Bernardo on the hook for the runners on 2nd and 3rd. Here's the 3-0, taking all the way. It's 3-1. I would be surprised now if Ben Brookover swung the bat with Jordan Miller struggling to find the zone here with the 3-1 count. Brookover is 5 for 5, has yet to been retired on the day. Here's the 3-1 in the dirt, ball 4, and the game is tied. Jordan Miller walks in the game-tying run, and we are back even for the first time since the bottom of the first. So the struggle continues for Newark Pilots pitching, and the game is tied. A 7-run lead was erased. It was 9-4 coming into this inning. It's now 9-5. They've scored 5 runs on 1 error and just 1 hit. First pitch swinging is Chris Estrada, fouled back. Strike 1. Chris Estrada, the second time up in this inning, he's the 11th batter, reached on a fielder's choice and came around to score. 0-1, 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Jordan Miller. Pop deck is 0-2. So it'll be a blown save for Jordan Miller. Did not get any help from Jake Bernardo. Came in with the bases loaded and has struggled since. The go-ahead run stands on third base. The bases are still loaded. And more of a struggle here for the Pilots. Here's the 0-2. Outside in the dirt. It's ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's 10:24 here on the East Coast. Approaching 3 hours in the game. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. But not before Jamestown adds 5. Pilots came into the top of the 9th with a 9-4 lead. Jamestown erased it. 1 hit, 4 walks, a hit by pitch, an error by Odekirk, and the bases are left loaded. We head to the bottom of the 9th. It'll be Ballier, Battaglia, and Jonathan Parker when we get back. Welcome back. Bottom of the 9th inning. After going into the top of the 9th with a 9-4 lead, it was erased. 4 Jamestown walks, a Tyler Odekirk error, a hit by pitch, led to 5 runs on the scoreboard for the Jammers. So new life now for Jamestown. It's 9-9. Bottom of the 9th inning, it will be John Ballier, Peter Battaglia, and Jonathan Parker. New pitcher to tell you about for the Jammers, it's Connor Ryan. Ryan relieving Isaac Meza, who pitched the 8th, an inning pitch, 3 hits, 2 runs, none earned, and a strikeout. We saw Connor Ryan on Wednesday night in the 9th inning. He went 2/3 of an inning and retired both hitters. It's his 7th appearance, 4 2/3, 1 hit, 1 walk for Jamestown. Here's John Ballier. Ballier 1 for 3 with a walk and a run. Connor Ryan from Mercyhurst, 6'1", 190, working from the windup. Here's the first pitch to Ballier. Swung on, fouled into the glove of Connor Rule. It's 0-1. 0-1 count. Here's Ballier. 0-2 on a change. 2 strikes. So now it'll be an 0-2 count to John Ballier. Ballier digs into the left-handed batter's box. Jamestown got 5 in the top of the 9th inning to tie this one up. Here's Connor Rule. Ball 1. So the combined blown save by Jake Bernardo and Jordan Miller erases what would have been a win for Peng Thi Wong. Newark's first win since last Thursday. And now we're tied at 9. 9-9, 1-2 count to John Ballier, the number 3 hole hitter and the leadoff hitter here in the inning. Takes high, ball 2. Ballier has 1 walk. That was all the way back in a 6-run first inning. Ever ago. Pilots scored 7 of their 9 in the first 2. And since the 3rd inning, it's basically been all Jamestown. 9-2 Jammers. But it's 9-9. Here's the 2-2 by Ballier. Takes outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to the Pilots left fielder. 3-2 count to Ballier. In the dirt, taken, ball 4. The Pilots have the winning run on with nobody out. That will bring up Peter Battaglia. Battaglia had the big hit in this game, also all the way back in the first inning. We'll see if Coach John Mayat gives him the bunt sign. Chris Estrada in at third base, about even with the bag. Ballier being held on by Brookover over at first. First time we'll see Connor Ryan now from the stretch. He looks over at Ballier. Now fires to Battaglia. The first pitch. Up the middle. Grounded. Great play by O'Donnell. Dives. Flips to the second baseman. He bobbles. Return throw at first in time. 6-4-3 double play. So as quickly as John Ballier walked, he's retired even quicker. 2 away here in the 9th. First base coach Franklin Bush not happy with that call by base umpire John White, but it'll stand. And there's 2 away.
Now up from the Pilots, number 23.
So John Mayat will go all the way from the third base coaching box to the first base umpire. He is giving John White an earful, not happy with the call, not happy with the way this 9th inning is going, and not happy with the Pilots on their current 7-game losing streak. 2 away in the 9th. It'll be Jonathan Parker. So a great play in the hole by Alex O'Donnell to rob Battaglia of a hit and start the double play. First pitch breaking ball taken by John Parker. Ball 1. Parker 1 for 4, had an RBI single in the second and reached and scored on an error in his last at-bat. He's tonight's designated hitter, where he's been for most of the year. Takes the 1-0. It's ball 2.
He was part of the front end of the double play, retired. O'Donnell.
2-0 count to Jonathan Parker. Pops up the 2-0. Ryan Markey started in. The second baseman settles under it. Inning over. No runs, no hits, no errors, and because of the double play, no runners left on base. We're going to play extra innings here at Colburn Park. We head to the 10th. Pilots are tied with Jamestown Jammers 9-9. So after an adventurous top of the ninth inning, where the Pilots blew a 9-4 lead, Jamestown scored 5 in the top of the ninth on 5 walks, a hit by pitch, an error by the shortstop Odekirk, across 2 relievers, Jake Bernardo and Jordan Miller. Jordan Miller still on the mound. First pitch to Skylar Valentine, popped into right. McKenna in, had to come a long way from his position in right. He makes the play quickly. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 10th. The first extra inning frame for the Pilots this summer. They come into this one 1-7. Jamestown 7-2. Newark on a 7-game losing streak. Jamestown 4-game winning streak. And Pilots fans hope those streaks both end tonight. Pilots come in 5.5 games back of Jamestown and Geneva of first place. They sit in last in the West Division. First pitch from pitcher Jordan Miller. Inside to Alex O'Donnell, the shortstop. Ball 1. Alex O'Donnell made a great play to not only rob Peter Battaglia of a hit, but it started a double play at short in the bottom of the ninth. Time was granted by Alex O'Donnell before Jordan Miller fired in the 1-0. Would have been a strike, but it's still 1-0 to the Jammer shortstop. Alex O'Donnell, a shortstop from Mercyhurst, Jr. He's 0 for 5. This is his 6th at-bat.
Knock it off! I've heard enough on that dugout.
And now Rick Elrod comes out of his home plate position, fired up, yelling at the Pilots bullpen. Jordan Miller looking to work quick, but Alex O'Donnell taking his time adjusting his batting gloves. Check swing, bounce to Battaglia. He goes back, bobbles it, and it's going to be an error on Peter Battaglia. Errors and walks these last inning and a third. And now with 1 away, the Jammers have a runner on first. The go-ahead run is standing on first base. So an excuse me swing by Alex O'Donnell leads to an error by Peter Battaglia, the 4th Newark error on the night, 2nd in as many innings. And the go-ahead run is on first for the Jammers. The batter is Connor Rule. He's 0 for 4 with a walk. First pitch misses, ball 1. He drove in the first run of that top of the ninth on a bases-loaded walk. The backstop, the Kansas freshman, misses. It's ball 2. So no relievers warming up in the Newark Pilots pen. So it'll be all Jordan Miller. Taking all the way on 2-0 is Connor Rule. Strike 1. Jordan Miller fired back something extra there on the mound for strike 1. So Alex O'Donnell leads off first. He reached on an E3 by the first baseman, Peter Battaglia. Poe sets up outside. 2-1 misses high. It's 3-1. So 1 pitch away from moving the go-ahead run into scoring position here in the top of the 10th. Fastball fired in. Connor Rule takes strike 2. So a full count now. Alex O'Donnell on first. Let's see if they send him. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The payoff pitch coming from Jordan Miller in the stretch. Righty-righty matchup. Runner is going. Fastball taken inside. It's ball 4. So the go-ahead run moves up 90 feet. He's now in scoring position. The second walk for Jordan Miller. And there's runners on first and second. So final numbers on Jake Bernardo. 1 inning pitched, 1 hit, 5 runs, 4 earned, 4 walks, and a strikeout in a poor relief appearance. Here's the first pitch from Jordan Miller to Ryan Markey outside. Ball 1. So 11 walks and a hit by pitch tonight for Pilots pitching. Here's the 1-0 low. It's ball 2. Coming into the day, the walks had been a problem for Pilots pitching. 58 walks in 68 2/3 innings, and that did not help with 11 walks tonight. That raises their walk total to 69 walks on the summer. The 2-0 fired in to Ryan Markey, strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 runners on. Jordan Miller, the 2-1. Breaking ball misses high from the pitcher Miller, 3-1. Ryan Markey, the number 7 hitter, struck out in his last at-bat in between some runs for the Jammers. Pops the 3-1 out of play, and for the second straight batter, we'll have a full count. Connor walked on a 3-2 count. Connor Rule walked on a 3-2 count before. So runners on first and second. O'Donnell reached on an error. Rule reached on a walk. Here's the full count. Inside, ball 4. Jordan Miller has walked. The bases loaded. So Ryan Markey reaches for the 3rd time on the game. Alex O'Donnell, the go-ahead run, moves up 90 feet to 3rd. And there's 1 out. So that'll bring up Christian Deaton. Deaton has been up 5 times tonight. He's 1 for 1, only 1 official plate appearance, 4 walks. He scored 2 runs. He has an RBI. First pitch in taking. It's a strike from the pitcher, Jordan Miller. Christian Deaton, the left-handed batter, left fielder, he made an error in this game for Jamestown all the way back in the 1st. Here's the 0-1 to Deaton, breaking ball. Slow breaking ball, misses up and away. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The most recent walk to Ryan Markey was Jordan Miller's 3rd walk, and the 12th from Pilots pitching. 1-1 foul back to the screen. It's 1-2. O'Donnell off 3rd. He reached on an error. Connor Rule on 2nd. He reached on a walk. And Jordan Markey off 1st. He also reached on a walk. So the bases loaded. No hits in the inning. And Christian Deaton has a chance to take the lead for Jamestown. 9-9 here. Top of the 10th inning. 1-2 in the dirt, blocked by Po Chuan Pon, and it's 2-2. 9 runs, 8 hits, 7 errors for Jamestown. 9 runs, 11 hits, 4 errors here in the 10th for Newark. Here's the 2-2 from Miller, grounded to Hackbarth. Hackbarth to Oderkirk. Oderkirk over to first. No return throw. So it'll be an RBI on a fielder's choice for Christian Deaton. And it's 10-9 here in the 10th inning. Jamestown has come all the way back to take the lead. So no return throws, still no hits in the inning. No balls have left the infield, but the bases are still loaded and a run in for Jamestown. First pitch from Jordan Miller, lined to the right fielder McKenna. He goes back, makes the play in front of the wall to end the inning, but not before Jamestown takes the lead in the top of the 10th. Jordan Miller walked the bases loaded. A fielder's choice to Graham Hackbarth. The return throw from shortstop Oderkirk was not made in time. That led to an RBI for Christian Deaton. We head to the bottom of the 10th inning. Pilots trail 10-9. It'll be Tanner Huddleston, Tyler Oderkirk, Graham Hackbarth when we get back. So Connor Ryan back on here in the 10th inning. He pitched a scoreless bottom of the 9th. No hits, got a walk that was erased on a double play by Peter Battaglia. Battaglia had the big error in the bottom or the top half of the 10th inning. An error to Alex O'Donnell, then 3 straight walks by Jordan Miller and a fielder's choice led to the go-ahead run for Jamestown. So here we are. We sit in the bottom of the 10th inning. For Newark, it'll be Tanner Huddleston, Tyler Odekirk, Graham Hackbarth. All 3 hitters coming up this inning have made an error on defense for Newark. They have 4 errors. Battaglia has the other. So all 4 infielders have been charged with an error. So after Pang Fee Wong went 5 innings, 4 hits, just 3 runs allowed, Vitali worked and allowed 1 run on 2 hits, or 1 run on 2 in 2 innings. Zach Mann went 2/3 with 2 walks. He didn't allow a run. Bernardo was forced to come in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs, asked to work a 4-out save. He then went on to walk 4 earned runs, gave up 5 total. That's where we sat at 9, and now here we are. 10-9, bottom of the 10th inning. Now it is Tanner Huddleston. Huddleston 0 for 4, reached on an error back in the first. The first inning that seems very long ago. 10:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This game was delayed 30 minutes at the start due to a rainstorm here in West New York. Here's the first pitch from Connor Ryan. Inside, and it hits him. Tanner Huddleston will take first on a hit by pitch. Tried to lean away from the fastball from Connor Ryan. It hits him in the jersey, and Newark has the leadoff man on. And that'll bring up Tyler Odekirk. Just the guy, if you're Newark, you want on. Odekirk looks down at Mayotte, the shortstop. Odekirk reached on an infield single on a bunt his last time up. The best on base man, the best bunter for the Pilot, squares the bunt. Estrada charges in, squares, pulls back. It's ball 1. Odekirk with 1 walk already tonight. Has 10 on the summer, good enough for 2nd place in the Perfect Game League. Behind Jamestown's designated hitter, Chris Connolly. 1-0 pitch, Odekirk squaring to bunt again. It's taken high. Ball 2. Ben Brookover and Chris Estrada breaking in before the pitch is even thrown to Odekirk. So if you're Tanner Huddleston, you better get a good jump at first so you're not thrown out as the lead runner on second and waste a sac bunt. 2-0 count, Odekirk squares, takes 3-0. So let's see if John Mayotte, head coach and third base coach, leaves the bunt sign on with 3-0. You would trust Tyler Odekirk here if he decides to square. He has proven that he has the best eye on the team. A little mist coming off the outfield grass here in the bottom of the 10th. Tanner Huddleston on first. Odekirk is squaring to bunt, and that hits him. Almost got him in the face, ends up getting him in the chest. So 2 hit by pitches to start the inning, and the tying run is up 90 feet to second base.
Coming up to the plate for your Newark Pilots, number 18, Graham Hackbarth from Birmingham, Alabama.
So the pitching coach will go out to talk to Connor Ryan, pitching, and Connor Rule, the battery for the Jamestown Jammers. Graham Hackbarth will now go down to talk to John Mayotte at third. You don't want any miscommunication if you're Hackbarth here. We've seen Hackbarth attempt to bunt. In his only sacrifice attempt, he popped it back to the catcher. 2 runners on here in the 10th inning. Both reached via a hit by pitch from pitcher Connor Rule in the 10th. The runners are Tanner Huddleston and Tyler Odekirk. Number 16, Graham Hackbarth, now digs in. Hackbarth had the play in the bottom of the 8th. The RBI single that went to Skylar Valentine that went under his glove. He tried coming around to score for the 3rd run on an inside-the-park home run. He was thrown out on the plate. 2 runs scored to expand the Newark lead to 9-4. We all know what happened with Jamestown getting 5 in the top of the 9th to tie it up. They got 1 in the top of the 10th as Hackbarth squares the bunt. Gets it down, back to the pitcher. Huddleston had froze in between second and third, not sure what he's doing. So the sacrifice bunt goes for naught. Tanner Huddleston thrown out at third base. And when you would have had the game-winning and game-time runs at second and third, they're only standing at first and second.
For your Newark Pilots, Ho Chan Pan from Taiwan, number 9, your catcher.
So that'll bring up Po Chuan Pan. Po 2 for 4, a 2-run double in the first, a double in the third, and then struck out and reached on an error. So Po with 1 out against Connor Ryan. Odekirk on second, Hackbarth at first. The catcher Po at the plate. 1 out. Here's the pitch from Connor Ryan, swung on, fouled back. Strike 1. So Huddleston reached base on a hit by pitch, moved over to second on a hit by pitch by Odekirk. Then Hackbarth tries to lay down a bunt. Back to the pitcher Connor Ryan. Huddleston froze running in between second and third, which gave Ryan enough time to throw over to Chris Estrada to get the force at third. So runners on first and second, neither being held on, and it's Po Chuan Pan at the plate. Pan, 2 for 7 on the summer, is the backstop tonight for Newark. Odekirk goes. No throw from Connor Rule. It'll be a stolen base for Tyler Odekirk. So the tying run 90 feet away at third base. And have to wonder if Odekirk went on his own or if Coach John Mayotte granted him the opportunity. So the third stolen base for Odekirk. He has not been caught. And the game tying run is at third. 0-2 count to Po Chuan Pan. It was a called strike on the Odekirk steal. Hackbarth stays at first. He's now being held on by Brookover. Connor Ryan looks in. Now Pan asks for time. And it's granted by home plate umpire Rick Elrod. Elrod gives the ready for play to Connor Ryan. Ryan looking in with a determined look on his face here in the bottom of the 10th. Runners on the corners, 10-9. And Ryan steps off. Odekirk on third. Graham Hackbarth on first. 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. An 0-2 count to Po. Here's the 0-2 from Ryan in the dirt. Hackbarth got about halfway to second, then retreats back to first. That'll be a 1-2 count to Po. That ball did not get far enough away from Connor Rule for Hackbarth to try to take up second. You do not want to get thrown out running the bases behind the lead runner on third. The tying run. Hackbarth represents the winning run on first. Odekirk represents the tying run at third. Bottom of the 10th, 10-9. Jammers. The batter is Po. It'll be a 1-2 count from Connor Ryan. Here it is. Breaking ball in the gap, in the hole between the shortstop and the third baseman. It will be an RBI base hit. We are tied. Back again in the bottom of the 10th. The winning run, Graham Hackbarth moves up 90 feet to second base with the top of the order coming up for the Pilots.
Now coming to the plate for Newark.
So an RBI single for Po Chuan Pan. His third RBI of the night will bring up the top of the order in DeMarcus Guillory. So Odekirk comes around to score his second run of the game, or correct that, the third run of the game. Hackbarth moves up 90 feet to second base, and now Guillory has a chance to drive in the winning run. First pitch to Guillory, outside, ball 1. Pilots 10-10, no one warming up in their pen. The winning run is at second base. Graham Hackbarth represents the 11 run, the golden run, which would put this 7-game losing streak to an end. Guillory digs in, he's 2 for 5, takes a 1-0 for strike 2, or strike 1. Guillory had a big leadoff double in the bottom of the first inning, which led to eventual 6 runs for Newark in that inning. Here he is, just asked to get Hackbarth to third with 1 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Po very close to the bag at first, and Hackbarth takes his lead off a second. Hackbarth reached on a fielder's choice on a bunt, and Po reached on an RBI single, which tied this game. Guillory is the hitter. 1-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Guillory the lefty. Taken inside. Strike 2. So a tough take by DeMarcus Guillory. And he's down in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As we approach 11 o'clock here in Western New York. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Hackbarth takes his lead off of second. Poe takes his lead off of first. Hackbarth represents the winning run as Guillory asks for time. More importantly than the winning run, he represents that golden run that would put this 7-game Pilots losing streak to an end. It's 10-10. It's the bottom of the 10th. DeMarcus Guillory looking to drive in that 11th run. He awaits the 1-2 from Connor Ryan. Here's the 1-2 from the righty in the dirt, blocked by Connor Rule, and it's 2-2 to the leadoff hitter, Guillory. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. To number 12, the center fielder, DeMarcus Guillory. The runners take their leads off first and second. Hackbar represents the winning run at second. He's in scoring position. Guillory, 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Change up, strike 3. So that'll bring up Mark McKenna. McKenna 1 for 5 with a run scored in this one. And he's played a great defensive right field. He's made some plays to rob Jamestown of some hits out in the outfield. Mark McKenna will be asked here in his 6th plate appearance to drive in Graham Hackbarth at second. Poe leads off first, Hackbarth off of second. Mark McKenna, the lefty, is the batter. McKenna from Canisius, the right fielder, awaits the pitch from Connor Ryan. Outside, it's ball 1. So a 1-0 count to Mark McKenna. John Ballier waits on deck for the Pilots. McKenna, the number 2 hitter in the lineup for the Pilots. Here he is now in the bottom of the 10th with a chance to win this game.
1-0 count. The pitch by Ryan.
The pitch by Connor Ryan, a low strike called. And there'll be a 1-1 count now to Mark McKenna. McKenna 1 for 5 today, 1 for 16 on the summer. It's his 4th game in a row starting in right field for the Pilots. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Here's the 1-1 to McKenna. Takes high. Ball 2.
Clear that out. That it doesn't keep the score. Start back at 1. You do? Okay. I'm gonna write everything down.
So it'll be 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Mark McKenna is the hitter. Game-winning run, Graham Hackbarth is at second. McKenna hit a home run yesterday in the inter-squad game. But all Newark is asking him to do is drive in Hackbarth from second. Here's the 2-1 from Connor Ryan. Swung on, a healthy hack by McKenna, fouled out of play. It'll be 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on, 1 run in for the Pilots. That runner was Tyler Odekirk, coming around to score on a Po Chuan Pon tying RBI single. It's 10-10 in the bottom of the 10th. Here's the pitch, the 2-2. Taken by McKenna for strike 3. So the Pilots lead 2-on after tying the game here in the 10th. We are going to head to the 11th inning, 10-10 here at Colburn Park. We'll be right back.
He's from St. Petersburg.
Top of the 11th inning. We've run out of room on our scoreboard here at Colburn Park, so we had to clear it to make room. It's 10-10 here, top of the 11th. It'll be the leadoff hitter, Chris Connolly. First pitch, Jordan Miller still on in his third inning of relief. First pitch misses. It's ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Connolly, this is his 7th plate appearance. The 1-0 is missed. It's ball 2. 11 o'clock on the dot here on the East Coast. You have 30-minute delay to begin this game due to weather passing in Western New York. Chris Connolly is the batter. It's a 2-0 count. 3-0 count to Chris Connolly, and I've already told you how good this kid has been for the Jamestown Jammers. He's the reigning player of the week in the Perfect Game League. He leads the league in on-base percentage with a .644 mark as he takes a strike. Thought it would be ball 4, but it's 3-1. Leads the league in hit by pitches with 5. Got his 6th hit by pitch in the top half of the 9th, in a 5-run 9th for the Pilots, or for the Jammers. And he leads the league in walks with 12. Here he is now 3-2. Fouls the 3-1 back to the screen. Jordan Miller looking to work quickly from the windup. Here is the payoff pitch. Chris Connolly misses. It's ball 4. Leadoff man is on with a walk for Jamestown. And that leadoff man is the game-tying run, or the go-ahead run here in the top of the 11th inning. So that'll bring up Ben Brookover. Brookover having a game for the Jamestown Jammers, as they're going to bring a pinch runner to replace Chris Connolly. It'll be Jimmy Standahar.
Pitch runner, number 29.
Jimmy Standahar on to pinch run. He's number 29. We saw Jimmy Standahar in the second game of the 2 games set in Jamestown last week. Standahar running. Poe bobbles it. It'll be a stolen base for the pinch runner Standahar. And the go-ahead run is on second. He's in scoring position to start the 11th. The batter is Ben Brookover. He was squaring to bunt. He pulled back and took ball 1 from Jordan Miller. Jordan Miller looks in. Jimmy Standahar now leads off second. Misses inside. It's ball 2. Ben Brookover at the plate, yet to be retired. He's 5 for 5, 2 RBIs and a walk. He's got 4 singles and a double. That was Jimmy Standahar's 3rd stolen base, as the 2-0 pitch is taken high by Ben Brookover. It's a 3-0 count now from Jordan Miller. Chris Estrada waits on deck. He's 0 for 6.
Never even moved his back. He does the same thing again. He just drops it.
3-0 count. Taking all the way is Ben Brookover. It's ball 4. Brookover walked in the eventual tying run in the top of the 9th. In a 5-run top of the 9th for Jamestown. Jamestown then added 1 in the top of the 10th on a bases-loaded fielder's choice by Christian Deaton. As the 3-1 misses low, ball 4. Newark then tied the game in the bottom of the 10th with an RBI single
Jammers, number 16,
from
Chris Estrada.
Poe. Bennett Schultz will go out to talk to the home plate umpire, to the pitching coach, or to the home plate umpire, Rick Elrod. Their runners on first and second. It's Jimmy Standahar and Ben Brookover. Both reached, or Brookover reached via a walk. Chris Connolly reached via a walk, then was replaced by a pinch runner for Jimmy Standahar. So they're checking out the lineup card. It's Elrod and Bennett Schultz. They're trying to figure out if new reliever Ryan Allen is on the card.
There's a lot of ciphering going on out there. Between Schultz and the home plate right now.
So runners on first and second. Both runners reached via the walk.
7 errors. Who were the jammers?
And now Coach Bennett Schultz will go out to talk and pull Jordan Miller. So we will be right back in the 11th here at Colburn Park. So some changes to tell you about here in the top of the 11th. Ben Brookover leads off first. He reached via a walk. Jimmy Standahar leads off second. He replaced Chris Connolly and stole second. He was a pinch runner. The new pitcher to tell you about is John Ballier. Ballier was pulled from left field to the mound. We saw this happen on Sunday, and we've seen it happen for the 3rd time now. Corner infield is in, anticipating a bunt from Chris Estrada. Here's the first pitch from Ballier, squares the bunt, and it's popped out of play for strike 1. So Matthew Lillard goes into left field to replace Ballier. Ballier comes to the mound to replace Jordan Miller. The Pilots will sacrifice their designated hitter, and Matthew Lillard will move into the 5-hole in replace of Jonathan Parker. Jordan Miller, an inning and a third, no hits, 5 walks, a hit by pitch, and a strikeout. Estrada squaring to bunt on 0-1, pulls it back, but a called strike by John Ballier. It's 0-2. No outs here in the top of the 11th inning. John Ballier, 0-2 start, 2 pitches, 2 strikes. This is his 3rd relief appearance for the Pilots.
0-2 pitch.
0-2 fouled back. We'll do it again. Both runners on base are the responsibility of Jordan Miller, who started the inning. John Ballier, left-handed pitcher, brought in from left field to replace Jordan Miller. Matthew Lillard goes out to left to replace him. The 3-0 popped, or the 0-2 popped up the middle to Guillory, and that goes over Guillory's head. It's gonna go to the wall. 1 run will score. A runner around third, he will score. Odekirk over to third, and Chris Estrada is into third. And now he'll come in to score. 2 errors on the play led to 3 runs on the scoreboard. It is 13-10 here in the top of the 11th. So an inside the park Little League home run. It started off as a bloop single, bounced over the head of Guillory. So it should be a triple on Estrada, then an error on Odekirk, which allowed Estrada to score. So 2 RBIs for the 3-hole hitter.
Number 2, Skylar Valentine.
So the bases are clear, nobody out.
So no error on Guillory, but an error on Odekirk, his 2nd of the game.
Left field. Looked pretty good there in the starting half out against
First pitch to Skylar Valentine misses. Ball one. Skylar Valentine up for the seventh time tonight. It's 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes, nobody out. Here, 3 runs already home on the Little League home run by Chris Estrada. 13-10. And a strike to Ballier. So 2 RBIs on the triple for Chris Estrada. Then the throwing error by Tyler Odekirk allows Estrada to come in to score in the inside the park home run. It's a 2-2 count now. And Ballier is a strike away from the out. 2-2 fouled back, still 2-2. So that will close the day on Jordan Miller. Jordan Miller, 3 earned runs, no hits, 5 walks, a hit by pitch, and a strikeout in an inning and a third. The 2-2 is bounced past Poe to the backstop. We'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the 11th. So once upon a time, the Newark Pilots led this game 7-0. 6 runs in the first, 1 in the second, then gave up 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth, 5 in the ninth to tie it up at 9. As a walk now to Skylar Valentine, 4th straight batter to reach in the inning. So 5 in the ninth to tie it up at 9. Jamestown got 1 in the 10th, and then Newark tied it up in the 10th with a Poe RBI single. And then a 2-run triple, and then an error allowed Chris Estrada to score. Park Little League home run. First pitch to Alex O'Donnell, taken for a strike 1. O'Donnell, he's 0 for 6 on the game. 12 runs so far, or 12 errors so far across the 2 teams. Now it'll be an 0-2 to Alex O'Donnell. 0-2 misses high. It's 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Venture guess Connor Ryan will be out there again.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Breaking ball swung on and missed for the first out of the inning. A strikeout to Alex O'Donnell gives the Pilots their first out of the inning.
Connor Rule steps up. Valentine down at first. Connor Rule.
It'll bring up the catcher, Connor Rule. Rule is his 7th plate appearance as he takes ball 1.
With the improbable score of 9 runs. And the top half of the 9th inning to tie it up at
1 ball, no strikes.
both teams with single count.
Skylar Valentine leads off first. The pitch from the pitcher, John Ballier, misses. It's ball 2.
Second one, that is ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
2 balls, no strikes to the shortstop or the backstop, Connor Rule. Skylar Valentine leads off first. Fastball in for strike 1. So the Newark Pilots will have John Ballier, Peter Battaglia, and Matthew Lillard in the bottom of the 11th. We'll need 3 at the moment, looking to end their 7-game slide. Here's the 2-1. Misses outside. It's 3-1. So 15 walks tonight by Pilots pitching, 9 hits, which has led to 13 runs on the scoreboard for the Jamestown Jammers. Here's the 3-1 coming from John Ballier. Fastball in, strike 2. Connor Rule thought it was ball 4, tossed his bat towards his dugout. He'll need a teammate to bring that back. That's the third time we've seen that happen tonight. 2 for Jamestown, 1 for the Pilots. Ryan Markey waits on deck for the Jammers. Here's the 3-2. Tyler Valentine goes, misses inside. It's ball 4.
Throws the bat a little harshly that time. I don't know if that's the best thing.
So 3 straight walks now for Connor Rule.
To stay on the good side of the ump.
The 4th walk in the inning for the Jammers. 2nd allowed by John Balliet. There's 3 runs in the inning for Jamestown. 2 of those runs came on a 2 RBI triple by Chris Estrada. Estrada then came around to score on an error by Odekirk. Skylar Valentine now takes 3rd. Poe throws down to Huddleston. Good block by Huddleston to prevent the ball going into left. It'll be a stolen base, though, for Skylar Valentine. His first stolen base of the night. So runners on the corners. The 4th run of the inning is 90 feet away. The pitch inside corner. It's 0-2 count now to Ryan Markey. So Skylar Valentine leads off at 3rd. Connor Rule leads off of 1st. 11:15 here at Colburn Park. 0-2 breaking ball popped up. Hackbarth will call off Tyler Odekirk at short. The second baseman makes the play, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 outs now, and that will bring up Christian Deaton. Deaton has been on base all 6 times tonight. He's 1 for 2, 4 walks, 2 RBIs, and reached on a fielder's choice. Deaton, the left-hander, the first lefty that John Balliet will face. 13-10, top of the 11th inning here at Colburn Park. Fastball taken on the outside corner for strike 1. Christian Deaton with 2 runs and 2 runs batted in for Jamestown. Pilots in danger of dropping their 8th straight. Breaking ball misses low. It's ball 1. So California guy and John Balliet pitching to a California guy in Christian Deaton. Deaton at CSU Bakersfield. John Balliet at Orange Coast Community College. Here is the 1-1 from the pitcher Balliet. Lefty-lefty matchup. The lefty pitcher misses outside. Ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runners on 1st and 3rd. 4 runs in the inning on 4 walks, an error, and a triple. Here's the 2-1, misses high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Christian Deaton, the 8th batter up here in the 11th inning. 3 runs in so far. Runners on 1st and 3rd for the Jammers. The Pilots will have Balliet, Battaglia, and Lillard in the bottom half of this inning. And it is a ball 4 now to Christian Deaton, his 5th free pass of the night. And John Balliet has walked the bases loaded. 5th walk of the inning. 17th walk tonight for the Pilots. 17 walks, 9 hits are loaded. The batter is John Conti, a lefty, the right fielder from Canisius. It's his 7th plate appearance of the night as well, and Balliet misses on the first pitch to him. Ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. 15 runs, 9 hits, 7 errors for Jamestown. Balliet pitches from the stretch. Here's the 1-0. The 1-0 fastball is fouled out of play. It's 1-1. John Conti, the right fielder, is the hitter. He has 4 driven in for Jamestown tonight. 1-1 count, bases juiced, 2 outs, 3 runs already home here in the top of the 11th. Here's the pitch in the dirt, gets away from Poe. Runners thought about it. Does not get far enough away from Poe. It'll be 2-1. Once upon a time, a long time ago, the Pilots had a 7-0 game. That 7-0 lead rose to 9-4. We headed into the top of the 9th, where Jamestown scored 5 runs. 5 runs in that inning on 1 hit, 1 big error. Tied it up at 9. Jamestown got 1 in the top of the 10th. Newark tied it on a Poe RBI base hit. And now they've got 3 in the top of the inning. So they've scored 9 runs in the last 2 2/3. Here's the 2-1 in the dirt again, blocked by Poe. And John Ballier is in danger of walking John Conti to walk in the 4th run of this inning. I'm running out of room here in my scorebook as we're here in the 11th.
3 balls and 1 strike.
3 balls, 1 strike, misses ball 4. So for the second time in 3 innings, Elmira or Jamestown will send up their 10th man to bat. So the 5th RBI for John Conti, and the bases are still loaded. It's 14-10. 10th batter of the inning, it will be Jimmy Standahar. Standahar pinch ran, stole a base, and came around to score for Jamestown already this inning.
Number 17, Chris Conley.
Standahar from the right-handed batter's box. The mist really strong here in Newark. You can barely see the 3 outfielders standing in the outfield. Ballier misses on the first pitch to Jimmy Standahar. It's ball 1. First plate appearance for the Jammers on the night.
I thought we were going to be really regretting that 2 spot we gave up in the bottom half of the 8th.
Here is the 1-0 count taken by Standahar. It's ball 2. 2-0 count. Jimmy Standahar represents the 10th batter of the inning.
In the 11th, the Jammers have sent 10 batters to the plate.
There's 2 outs here in the top of the 11th. 4 runs in on the inning. John Ballier fires in a 2-0 strike for strike 1. So the bases are loaded. 4 runs in, 2 outs, 2-1 count from the lefty Ballier. Standahar fouls it back. Strike 2. So walks again the story for the Pilots. They've walked 18. 18 walks, 9 hits for Jamestown. Here's the 2-2 in the dirt. Ball 3. So with 2 outs, the Jamestown carousel will begin. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Runners go. Payoff pitch popped into right field. McKenna goes back, settles under in the misty right field. Inning over. But not before Jamestown adds 4. 4 runs, 1 hit, a big error in the inning. And we head to the bottom of the 11th. Last slicks for the Pilots. It'll be Ballier, Battaglia, Parker. They need 4. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Bottom of the 11th inning. Once upon a time, Newark led this game 9-2
For your Newark
or 9-4.
John
Jamestown
Valier
got
from
5
Mission
in the
Hill,
9th, 1 in the 10th,
California.
4 in the top of the 11th. They lead 14-10. John Valier will be the leadoff hitter now for Newark. Newark needs 4. It'll be Valier, Battaglia, and Matthew Lillard here in the 9th or in the 11th. We're approaching 4 hours of game time here in Newark, New York. 30-minute delay to start due to rain in western New York. Here's the first pitch from Valier. Fastball swung on, foul tipped, strike one. John Valier is 1 for 3 tonight. He's also walked twice and scored a run. He scored a run on the bases clearing triple by Peter Battaglia all the way back in the first inning. Breaking ball to Valier upstairs. Ball 2. Or ball 1, sorry. Connor Ryan in for Jamestown, his 3rd inning of relief, looking to pick up the win for the Jammers. Breaking ball or changeup swung on and missed by Valier. It's 1-2. Jordan Miller would take the loss for the Pilots.
6 runs were scored by the Pilots at the bottom of the first day. Kind of had that idea that maybe this
Pilots in danger of dropping their 8th straight. Valier fouls the 1-2 down the first base line. Count will remain at 1-2. Valier, the left-handed hitter, against Connor Ryan, the right-handed pitcher, working from the windup here in the bottom of the 11th. Pilots trail 14-10. Strike 3, John Valier down, swinging. 1 away, Newark 2 outs away now from dropping their 8th straight.
Peter Battaglia.
That'll bring up Peter Battaglia. Battaglia had the big hit that does not seem so big anymore all the way back in the first inning with a bases clearing triple in the 6th run, bottom of the 1st. Here he is in the bottom of the 11th, looking to start a 1-out rally. He faces Connor Ryan, working from the windup. Here's the pitch. First pitch is popped up. Playable for the pitcher Ryan. He's called off by first baseman Ben Brookover. Makes the underhanded basket catch, and there's 2 away. So a first pitch out by Peter Battaglia, and that's out number 2. 14-10 Jammers ahead, bottom of the 11th. Matthew Lillard up for the first time tonight.
Here in 2017.
Looking for his first hit. Pilots need a 2-out rally to end their losing streak. Lillard takes ball 1. Lillard went 1 for 2 the other night, also replacing John Valier in the outfield. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike as he swings through strike 1. Connor Ryan, an out away from picking up the win for Jamestown. The loss would go to Jordan Miller as he struggled in the 11th inning. 1-1 taken. Connor Ryan and Connor Rule both not happy. And I think Matthew Lillard thought that one was a strike as well. Not called a strike by home plate umpire Rick Elrod. 1-1. The steam or the mist on the outfield getting a lot stronger. You can barely see Christian Deegan in left. A little better with Skylar Valentine in center, and then about clear in right. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Matthew Lillard looking to extend this game. 3-1 low, ball 4. And the Pilots have some life here in the 9th or in the 11th with 2 outs. So with 2 outs, that will bring up Tanner Huddleston.
Rosedale, Mississippi.
Huddleston is 0 for 4. He was hit by a pitch his last at-bat. Huddleston made the big base running blunder in his last time up when Graham Hackbarth bunted back to the pitcher. Huddleston froze in between first and third, or second and third. He was then thrown out at third, the lead runner, as the lead runner. First pitch to Huddleston, swung on, fouled back, 0-1. Matthew Lillard leads off of first. He is not being held on over there by Brookover, so he could take second if he pleases. Pilots trail 14-10, bottom of the 11th inning, 2 outs and an 0-1 count to Tanner Huddleston. Righty-righty matchup. Pitcher is Connor Ryan, in on his 3rd inning of relief here in the bottom of the 11th. Ryan trying to get his first win on the summer. The loss would go to Jordan Miller. Here's the 0-1. Inside, up and in. Ball 1. Huddleston has an RBI in this game all the way back in the first with a sac fly error on the left fielder, Christian Deaton. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the 1-1. Runner is going. 1-1 misses outside, ball 2. Matthew Lillard given second base on defensive indifference with the Pilots down 4 runs. They were not holding him on, and no throw down by the catcher, Connor Rule. So no stolen base for Lillard. The hitter is Huddleston. 2-1, 2 outs, 14-10 here in the 11th. Huddleston lays off a fastball outside. It's ball 3. No one warming up in the Jammer bullpen. Huddleston looking to extend this game. He steps out as Connor Ryan steps on from the stretch.
No problem with pitch to contact. Go ahead. 3-1 to count. And the pitch.
The 3-1 is blooped into center field. Skylar Valentine comes on and makes a great diving play to rob Tanner Huddleston of a hit and end this game. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base here in the 9th. Newark fails to pick up their 2nd win on the year, blowing what was once a 7-0 lead, then a 9-2 lead. Jamestown got 5 runs in a lengthy top of the 9th, got 1 in the 10th. Newark tied it in the 10th, then got 4 in the top of the 11th. So 10 runs in the last 3 batting innings for the Jammers. 18 walks for the Pilots pitching staff, and they are 1-8 here on the young summer. For the Newark Pilots Radio Network, I'm Frank LaSala. We'll be in Geneva tomorrow night and back at Colburn Park on Thursday against Jamestown again. We'll see you here on the Newark Pilots Radio Network. Good night.